Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Y'all, we on here early. I think Viverito is about to testify. I said that once she testified, once she got on the stand, I was going to go live. But who knew I was going to get on this live? After hearing, I licked it a little. Oh my God. I licked it a little. Oh my God. I'm never going to forget that, y'all. I'm never going to forget that one. Mm-mm. Nope. 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 Listen. Let me put court on. I think I leaked it a little. Just might be the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. Just might be the funniest thing I've heard in a long time, y'all. Key, I only saw them saying like mad or dad. What was they saying, girl? Wait a minute, my boy said jail ain't for no player, and I felt it. Okay, listen, I felt it. Y'all was on crime chat down yesterday because I thought it was just for one particular case, not this one. Too. Listen, Car, I felt that too. I said, baby, I love a confident king. Okay. My boy said, don't put that money on his books, so he ain't even finna be there that long. I said, okay. Child, I gotta go back and look at Doug face because I was laughing so hard. Oh, good morning, Kiara. Good morning, Sharita. Hi, Shari. Child, let me tell y'all something. He's not living that one down. I'm gonna run that back later on tonight. Good morning, Rainy Rain. Legal services. I don't think he ate that food, friend. I don't think he ate. He told us he be eating Doritos all the time. I don't think he ate that food. And my boy being pissed about them, baby. What did he say? Kidney beans? Oh, he was pissed. He was pissed. He might not come over here tonight. He might not come over here tonight, y'all. He might not come over here tonight. I doubt it. I doubt it, but I don't know. He kind of player. He kind of player. He said he player. It ain't nothing. Y'all, when I tell y'all kidney beans are one. First of all, jail food really is terrible. Did y'all hear the menu? Lord. Key, when he said that, I think I tweeted something like that. When he said big dry ass cake, I said, baby, it's quite different from them cakes he used to buy, baby. Child, hey Kia. Good morning, Envy Love. Baby, y'all gotta go back and look at Doug Weinstein. I got to go back. I was laughing so hard and tweeting. I wasn't looking at people's facials. Y'all, we gonna have to run that back tonight. What'd he say? Dad said, put me in the kitchen. Listen, anything better than that. I think he said Goldilocks because he had gold hair back then. Girl, I gotta go back and listen because I didn't even hear that. Good morning, India. Baby, I gotta run it back. Baby, I gotta run it back. And I'm gonna have to look at the chat when I run it back. Just like Key. I ran the chat back last night. Let me see if I screenshot it because I was gonna post it on TikTok. It's always key, y'all. Let me just say that it's always key, y'all. When I run back the chat, when I run back the chat, I always find some foolish stuff from Key, but it don't just be Key. Let me just point that out. Hey, Jason, good morning. Let me tell you something. I always run it back. It's always Key, but it ain't just Key, y'all. It's not just Key. It's Key. It's oh my God, y'all. It be so many of y'all. Courtney, baby Courtney, you be cutting up. I said, oh, I ran the chat back and said, I be missing so many comments. Y'all know why I be lost in the chat? Good morning, everyone that's joining in. The reason I'm always lost in the chat is because it's so many comments coming so fast. And when I go back and watch the chat, I like, oh, damn, I could see how it looks slow right there. Because I didn't see this comment. Oh. That auntie comment slipped right by me. I'm going to have to address that one. Come on. That one slipped right by me, baby. Slipped right by me. I get yelled at for being late. What happened? Duke said, I ain't gonna be here that long. That's what he said, baby. He said he's not gonna be there that long. Don't put that money on his books. Give it to him when he get out. My boy said when he get out, he trying to run to Houston's or Benihana. Okay? Like a track star. Cause he deaf was spinning. Duke really, what they said, oh, he a pimp. That's really what it was given on that phone. That man talked like a dude from Memphis, I swear. Oh my God. Y'all, that call. Listen. Oh, we just started. OLM. We just started. Star. I went back, and when I went back, y'all, and I've watched a couple of the lives back. And I just was looking at the comments because sometimes I'm legitimately confused. I get lost in the sauce. And I go back and read the comments and say, oh, hell, how did I miss this? How did I miss this? Baby, Crystal might be unplugging that Wi-Fi. Key, I didn't hear Shannon's call. Hey, everybody that's joining. I didn't hear Shannon's call because early this morning I was trying to get ready and stuff, so I was half listening. I'm gonna go back. I need to go back and listen to them calls. But I did see in the hey Jaleesa, I did see in the chat that y'all said, oh, Shannon, a real ladies man. I said, who ain't a ladies man in YSL? Who ain't a ladies man in YSL? Good morning, Mac Juice. What? Shannon called that man everything but a child of God. Child, I gotta go listen. Yes, we can, Destiny. That would be a perfect time. Hey, Aisha. We'll go back and listen. Because this morning I'm trying to stick to it. So this morning I was unable to see all of that. Y'all might have to go back and listen. I gotta go back and listen to that call, y'all. Maybe I need to join YSL. Jay, don't join YSL, friend. Just be the ladies man. Just be a ladies man. You don't need the 3 letters to be a ladies man. Good morning. You don't need that. Y'all, somebody on my TikTok said that call had me. Sarah said he ain't popping in tonight. Dad went from lad, sad, and mad in a matter of minutes. Good morning, Kika. Good morning, Nisha. Tay, you got to go back and watch that call. I wish I could have inserted it. That call was comedy. But I need to hear Shannon's. I didn't hear that one. Ciao. Girl. Listen, let me tell y'all something.
Is some of the testimony you're about to hear will be this witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her firsthand knowledge as a fact witness. Other testimony will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. I'll just recall to you the instructions previously given about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is any from this witness, and expert opinion testimony. Y'all want anything beyond that? Okay, great. Are we ready for the jury? Okay. Yeah, I think as soon as they come out, I'll do that. You can tender, then we'll get the witness and I'll give those instructions and off we'll go. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration, and it may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instruct you about the guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols admitted previously. For the reasons that I just explained, those convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. Nichols and not any other defendant. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have only been admissible against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you are not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Whether Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to something is also not to be considered against any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea convictions of any co-defendant. And again, that's because each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him and not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 438 VV pursuant to 24-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Mr. Diamante Kendrick in indictment 15 SC 140116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, theft by receiving stolen property, BGCSA for the purchase, possession of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude, and possession of a marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, that is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator M. Viverito.
All right. And while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you. And if you can swear the witness.
Key, basically, she is useless. But this is why I said she's just going to get up there and push their theory. So it's going to be interesting to see what the defense does.
First initial, last name for the courts, okay?
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, Viverito.
And good morning, Investigator Viverito. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where it's basically a hybrid between a detective and a criminal intelligence analyst. So you're fusing the best parts of both worlds to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And when you said intelligence-led investigation, just tell the jury briefly, what do you mean?
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything at your disposal.
I'm sorry, this finna be some bull. Did that lady just say you think outside the box? Girl.
Whether it be social media accounts, jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Start from the beginning.
No. Just
Okay.
Immediately prior.
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk about your time as a senior investigator. Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator in the gang unit.
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit, and I would review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment. And I'd take a look at the file, and we'd see if there was anything that was needed to push the case forward. We may go talk to people, we may locate witnesses, we may secure additional search warrants, and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with the high profile unit?
It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, in cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program, what was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with, every day we were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as like kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of prison and say, you know what, not interested, I'd like to engage in a crime spree, thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt or before anybody else gets
crime
hurt.
spree?
Anybody in the community is
I want you to
victimized.
slow down a little because you are going so
Sorry.
fast, and I will ask a different question
Okay.
further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole has there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what that, you don't have a caseload, you're operating as a
Slow down.
sorry, you're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to it,
She's bolstering.
to her expertise? I mean, you may.
Baby, because she getting on everybody's nerves. Yeah, this finna be a wild ride, okay? Because Miss Ma'am is ready, and I'm a little bothered. Miss Ma'am is ready. She up there just bragging. She can't even shut up. She just running off at the mouth. That's how y'all know it's finna be a long day. It's finna be a long day, y'all. It's about to be a long morning because, girl, she already showing us. She is their mic drop, y'all. But I hope the defense eat her up on the stand. Danielle, at the rate she's going, we may catch a mistrial. Well, the Carlos, they trying to hear her off the stand because I think everybody's annoyed. You can see it in Mac's face, Doug's face, like, goddamn. She might key because she's giving sprinkle. I'm so sure I know what I'm talking about. I did all this work. Yes. Megan, she's probably been prepped. She's probably one of the very few people they did prep. Now, this is what may happen, Steph. Hey, Keisha, this is what may happen. That's it. So I'm not sure how this is gonna go. I'm not sure how this is gonna go, y'all. But a lot of y'all seem to think there may be a mistrial coming, and Vivarito may be the one that gives it to them. She can't shut up. She just started and she can't shut up. And not just shut up, she's going on and on. Hilton ain't even asking her this stuff, and she's just going on and on. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI gang task force, you can continue.
Okay. So we had agents that some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex, multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in additional, do you have any formal training that you've taken to assist you in identifying gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center that you take as kind of a introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend there. They have a biannual conference, a summer or winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic
Got it.
towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career has been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base for to start my career. I do have a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I do listen to a lot of jail calls. I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had the opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes, multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustain.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information to assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You go to neighborhoods and you look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department and determine whether or not a person is in either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes.
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity or occasion to review social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claimed association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And when you say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your work working with YSL and YFN, have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Y'all, this too much, baby. They really trying to sell her.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listened to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And
Gangs
have
and
you
music.
had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have in Atlanta. It is very, very common.
This
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes,
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender investigator Viverito as a witness, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
All right. How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
wow.
Yep.
Cause girl,
So-
Sustained. Don't provide
Girl.
commentary like that. Okay. Just if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts.
right?
Disregard that last comment.
She gonna mess up y'all.
So just what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You want permission to approach?
You may.
This not gonna end well. If she makes it off this stand without a mistrial, I'm going to be surprised. Her ego, it's gonna make her slip up. She's seen Dennis Underwood. She come to do her big one today. Watch. Yeah, we gonna see. I'm just saying. Look, he was so proud to be in YSL. Ma'am, that's your opinion.
Permission.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as 2 contacts that were stored in the phone.
And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the contacts that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beefs between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
All right. Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see in the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that. And would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he would be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment. Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime and it has some emojis with the name.
Okay. And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see, it should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that they kind of don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
She doesn't know.
Where's it deleted in the left-hand column?
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
Okay. And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends, the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if they have the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN Lucci performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer, and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
And looking at slide 3, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes,
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
it is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was, or I'm sorry, it was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen
Okay.
to help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see it's just he's saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3.
Okay.
4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury, tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and follows it up with slat. And then Mr. Huey responds, slat.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says slime. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, this September 2nd, 2020.
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN Lucci appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, slatty handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it.
I'm for real about it.
Mr. Williams says, slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation.
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad. He was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, "Post this for me, my brother." And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, "That person's out here in LA, twin." Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, the next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial,
Look at this, y'all. They're trying to get everything in.
Don't elicit hearsay,
I want to listen here say.
because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ooh. See there?
Did you get social media account from Mr. Fleetwood?
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
From his public account?
Correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Baby Maurice, that's not on you. I'm starting to think the state is doing that on purpose.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479 VV. Tell me if you recognize 479 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479 VV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
All right. Now I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469 VV. Four 471, 479 VV.
Kid, you better clock it. It's looking kind of bad for the state, and the lady just got up there.
And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former. States Exhibit 227 VV2A. Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool, it looks, because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN, or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Usher?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Huey's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Huey responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
Okay. And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too." To which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
And then is there a response?
He says, them, racial expletive, no, I ain't play no part in that slime.
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, take that shit back.
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pull no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though.
And does he make another response?
He said, I told them I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him.
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, if he don't take it back, he's gonna die.
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Hold on, Key. I'm just going to say, I think this is the incident where when they went and searched his house, if I'm not mistaken, there was some stuff from this in his house, but I could be wrong. But that's what shocked me. He said he didn't do it, but I want to say there was stuff in the house from this situation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Okay. Now I want to go to 227 VV 2B. And in looking at 227 VV 2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you what the mark is 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, this time the state would like to tender tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV
admitted.
and permission to publish.
Amen.
And who is depicted in this picture?
That's gonna be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slap biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015 And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct?
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force. So I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN Lucia or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Okay. Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
Okay. In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
Almost daily.
In
It's crazy.
2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I do.
How are you? How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius.
Excuse me, Dontavius
Yeah.
Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway, and it had flipped over, had 2 victims inside the vehicle. Myself and investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvement in the case that we had at the office.
Okay. And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this, when you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucia? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 5TT. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Exhibit 5TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 5TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacey Exhibit 5TT into evidence.
Admitted.
Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
Okay. And once you started looking at determining Ms. Ellison might be serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, tell lil bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one, so don't make me look bad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. And he tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with a 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. The texts and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had an opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color-coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here Stacy Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be enlarging versions of your color-coded copy of your text messages?
Yes.
During this time, the state would like to tender and admit first Stacy Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And permission for the witness to step down, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So, first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who, when you have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pinks, and the reds. So first, orient the jurors.
Okay. So the greens are going to
And
be
talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
okay. So the greens are going to be members of or somebody associated with a peer to YSL. So make it easy and associated with that stuff with green.
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that.
Okay.
The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison. That's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red, you see the originating member, is going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is going to be Miss Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation. It was still involved.
And when you went back and started investigating his, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start at February 6th, 2020?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I wanted to go back to get, usually where crime happens, sometimes it's premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers, for example, this 404-293-3244, did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Demekion Garlington.
And did Demekion Garlington have a nickname?
D for Little League.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with the Demekion Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this. Did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Georgia Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker he likes to go by.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:23 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or
or
19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, and what is the text message?
It says, yo,
And is there a response from the phone associate, Mr. Garlington, to the phone associate, Mr. Adams or Bobby?
yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Who's this?
All right, and is there a response?
He says, Hunter.
Now, you have a red call here, what does that signify?
That's gonna be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what did she say?
She said, hey, this is Red. Cedric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cedric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Myrick, that's the nickname he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is Red Cedric Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female friend or associate of the blood gang. They go by a Ruby. That's who we Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, after a little bit more down the line.
Okay, and just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response?
When I call you, it might have gone through the jail messages, it's hard to explain.
Okay, so then next, on February 6th, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay, and just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So, Mr. Garlington says, what it do, twin? Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, my little man right there with the F-U-C-K, racial expletive. And Mr. Garlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Garlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname for Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. It refers, he goes by 650 Luke. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's where it comes from. So Mr. Garlington responds, oh yeah, need him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, attempting to use code language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the game. And then Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds, ready.
And when you said he's using coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to attack him, I would get his contraband phone gets.
Take it in.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to, if the calls were getting intercepted, when phones get taken, it's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person that made it.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get all that.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin, and take the jury through that set of conversation?
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County jail system. You have to purchase stamps, the Fulton stamps, to be able to send and receive text messages. So you need about 30 stamps that will allow you to send, but certain amounts, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they've used their last, and she's facilitating Cash App or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate the stamps being purchased so they can communicate.
And then that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail system.
All right. And then there's a interesting call from a number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
And that was not a part of your investigation, investigating this kind of fact.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, like a third party trying to send the money. We maybe somebody didn't want to use their cash app block, or whatever may happen, so somebody else trying to help out.
And then do they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myers?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in jail. They'll send one inmate may have a cash app account they're using in jail, and everybody can send money to, and it might change if somebody's phone gets taken, the cash app account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams in this text message sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then he tells Ms. Allison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it. I'm gonna get the stamps now and tell them.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is there more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the guard?
There,
It's no mics, TJ. It's not me. It's just no mics. Yeah, I'm a little scared. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little scared. It was too funny. I was acting like Viverito. My emotions got the best of me. I'm a little scared.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 1TTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garlington and the phone associated with Adams?
there is.
Okay, and what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro. He's gonna hit me when the food is done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked or finished or something else?
No.
Sustained.
Is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, does it appear to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Ellison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us generally the date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Ellison saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you Chris got locked back up, and he made the news last night. And he says, I seen it when it happened. That shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Eppinger shot Officer David Rogers and he was arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that means that's it.
Okay.
And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says yesterday, and she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't shorty a rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. That's all the other shit we worried about. It's nothing but business. Go ahead.
The precedent.
Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that also using some coded language as well?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this text?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are going to get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's going to be able to vouch for it and say, no, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Ms. Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adam in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around, do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Ellison and Adams, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And tell the general what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him. And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. Oh, it's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. My name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message you saw in the JK system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few months ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what had happened in the payment and things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your understanding that's a confirmation of the staff?
Correct.
And what day does the staff occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay. If you can give the general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is this the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right. What is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Miss Ellison is texting.
There she
Yeah,
go
I
again.
mean, I
Eager.
already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner
Paige gonna get her.
in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
And
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based on that, is that how you were determining that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls for him seeking payment for what he did?
Yes.
And with that, Your Honor, may that be?
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what that conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, do you need the bros to verify? He said, that's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway.
And for you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing that just happened.
Correct.
All right. And when you say not talking on the phone, that not talking on the jail phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
$80?
Here, they were just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me. What he 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo. The other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure. Like, did he put him down? And he says, you for sure, Simon. So, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show.
I'm sorry. Are y'all not enjoying her reading these messages and how she's trying to change her voice? She's worse than the officer that was up there that time.
Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Gonna get it done for sure. Slat. I'm out here. Hit me, gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there. To the yo. You know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, Slat.
Miss Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so I
All
put it
right.
right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, we go to lunch. So what is this still on the February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content of these text messages?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion strikes.
Speculation and ain't no damn leadership in YSL. Anybody following this damn case know these people just out here doing shit. Ain't no damn leadership. There's no hierarchy. We have never seen a hierarchy. And she's talking about it appears to be somebody in a leadership role. Ain't no damn leadership.
Can I lay some foundation?
Now that pissed me off.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019, at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation or listening to jail calls that individual YSL will try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say his name, say a different name?
Correct.
Right. And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, that this could be potentially talking about Mr. Williams.
Well, objection leading, and it's also a misstatement of what was said initially. Her opinion is Mr. Williams.
All right.
Could be Mr. Williams.
I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
Okay.
Good
I said
answer.
somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody with a leadership role. So that's who is in the highest leadership role. So
Girl. She pissed
Okay.
me off.
Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15. please.
Baby, what? Baby, Yak looking spiffy over there, okay? I know that's right, Yak. Yak feeling good. I know that's right. I know that's right, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch those text messages because did I see $14.16 in food stamps? $80 payment? Child, what's going on? Ain't no way they want us to believe somebody did that for $80. Child. Brianna, we're not looking at your man, but Yak looking. Listen, friend, the little turtleneck with the burgundy jacket is kind of, with the
Stay
haircut
where you
looking
are.
good. I don't know.
Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch? Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's just go back to this morning.
The defense counsel in the court, two cases the state wants to provide counsel support for issues that may come up
Okay,
during this testimony.
thanks.
I gotta find. I should have time stamped it, y'all. I think it's Yak's
You know
haircut.
what I told you? I had wrote the treasure like, oh, we didn't know he had the same chart because Luke said he didn't. Yeah. They saying gonna fix today. Lil Woody on the phone. He said, what did he say? I don't know. He said you told the treasure they dropped the charges on him. He wanna know.
Wait a minute. Do y'all know which call this is before I go back? Because I didn't hear this one all the way through. Y'all know which call this is? And please, while we're on lunch, can we please get the likes up on the live? It does help me stay in the algorithm so more people can come to my channel and come kick it and chill with us. Now we have, okay, y'all think this is the one with Shannon. Good, because I didn't hear this one. We have a good time over here, guys. We do laugh a lot over here, okay? And I'm the ringleader with the laughing, okay? But we have a good time. We do try to keep it respectful in the chat. If you're new here, if you want to curse, just disguise it a little bit for me. That's it. You want to say, but just disguise it. That's all I'm saying. But please don't be disrespectful with the comments. We like to, we kiki though. We do. So it's not very serious over here, as you can see. And when I say serious, meaning it's not strict. Okay. You can have a little fun. But not too much. Not too much. But we do have fun over here, guys. Right now it's lunchtime. They're on lunch until 1:15. So we are just simply going to go back and listen to the calls from today. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Thank you. Lala, I think they're going to love it here too. Did I miss any fake threes? Oh, now hold up. Hold up. Beans the scientist, you can curse, friend. Just disguise it just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Disguise it for us. Because social media is a little different, and I don't want my page just messed up. So just disguise it a little bit for us. Leave a letter out of something, okay? They have too much fun. Kaylin, they do have too much fun. We are definitely a crew. We have a good time. Built that. Oh my God. We have a good time over here. Mel, can you help me with my StreamYard? Yes, D-Body, send me your number. I got you. Pay a $25 fee to join or hit the wave the payment. I love that, Miss Unpopular. We need to keep that one because I love that. So this is, thank you, Mikhail. Mikhail said lunch on me, period. Mel talking about not too much. Girl, we have a blast. Nikki, we do have fun over here, and I love it here. Let me just say, y'all, I am a little I'm bound to be respectful. But Day, that's kind of respectful though. I love that. I love that. We do have a time over here. So we classified as a gang? No, we're an organization, friend. We're an organization, not a gang, not a gang. But yes, y'all, that one was good. Nay, baby, not until them seal those open. Oh my God. Okay, y'all. So we're gonna look back at the calls. I can't wait till that other call pop up. But since it's lunchtime, we just gotta look for the calls. D-Body, we love him too. We love him too. Lala, tell him we're LLC over here. I know that's right.
What was said? I said I never said they got charges on him. I said I didn't know they had the same charges. To my I guess that what Trish was talking about. Okay, thank you. But she
Error is coming.
I don't think she
I'm really finna do shirts that say, if the man from zone 3, keep him away from me. For real. Okay. And I got millionaire shirts too. So I got shirts. I have shirts that I'm about to be dropping. They should be done by Thanksgiving. I'll be probably doing a Black Friday sale on them. But baby, they coming, girl.
gets much I would tell her.
You and your pussy ass baby daddy got in there, fuck that. Y'all both y'all on that lane, suck that little boy ass shit.
Damn.
Asshole.
Damn.
Good asshole.
What?
What the hell? You don't know. Wait till you get your package.
That fuck nigga envy me anyway, man.
He talking about her baby daddy to her?
Y'all got one crazy relationship.
Fuck nigga envy me. You hate this thing.
Y'all, is this day Sean?
Y'all be back rocking when it's all over.
Crazy fuck. I don't know that bitch. I really gotta shoot myself in the face. When y'all go back right, I don't wanna fuck that nigga, man.
This Shannon talking to Deshaun about Woody. No, that's Shannon girl. Wait a minute.
They just want this little young nigga ass in him.
That ain't funny. I know you were laughing.
I wasn't laughing. I was just like, eat that baby.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, Miss Sheila.
Your blood, he ain't real right.
He what?
He ain't real right for his blood.
He what?
He ain't real right.
What? Shit, you know your own?
It be different shit. Like, niggas push up on different niggas. And the wrong way. Nigga pushed up on me the right way. They pushed up on him the wrong way. Like, hey, bro, you got to go and do this. Man, we finna goddamn gonna get at you, man. That's what they did. They pushed up on me like, shit, bro, you know, they saying, man, listen, man, do you want to talk to these people because you stressing these big homies, but you ain't on the phone with these folks. I got these folks, man, you want to talk to these folks. Yeah, bro. Now these niggas be goddamn. I be asking them, I like, bro, you got up for rug, bro, but you ain't help panhandling, bro.
Oh! That's why I can't date nobody in the streets for real, baby.
Jackie Sprinkle, in your...
Baby, let me tell you something. She said something about an oath. The hell? See, I'm gonna be green then, baby. I'm gonna be green, baby. Hey, Miss Allie, thank you. Let me tell you something, baby. I would be the one talking to the lawyers, researching the law because your oath, girl, y'all too deep in it. Y'all is deep in it, baby. Baby, y'all deep in it. Don't talk like us. What he's saying, Kaylin. Thank you, Kaylin. I have had several posts where I say, can somebody from Atlanta please interpret the calls? I heard a little bit what he was saying, and I'm going to just say this, Kiera. I mean, Kaylin. I'm not Kiera. Kaylin. Couldn't be me. Baby, I'll be on there. What? Baby, because he's trying to code it and she understand the code, baby. I would be lost. Baby, Mel would be lost. Do you hear me? No, baby. Let's speak my lingo, baby. Do we need to go look up the statute? Do we need to go look up the law regarding your charges? I can talk that talk, baby. I can talk that talk, but this stuff right here, Mel can't do it. Mel can't do it, and I ain't mad at it.
Investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder, did you ever have a name of Rontrez Brock come up?
Yes,
And was that Kenneth Copeland's brother?
it was.
Was there another call that you pulled and when you had introduced from November 23rd,
Yeah, I'll be
2015
confused.
at 16:08 or 4:08 p.m.?
Yes,
And was that a call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
it was.
Your Honor, I'm publishing from 590 Yankee, November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08. And the time, we're going to start at 4:19 to play to 6 minutes and 2 seconds. And then we'll play 8 minutes and 56 seconds to 14:40 for the record.
Look at my likes. I can't see them on here. Let me get on YouTube. Cause I know we not being messy in the chat, y'all. Oh, 444. Y'all ain't playing about me. I love that for me. I didn't even gotta check it. I love that. Thank you guys so much. Oh, that makes my heart smile. Thank you. Oh, y'all not playing. I love that. Thank you. We are way over 50%. Thank you guys so much for the likes. I really, really appreciate it. Let me skip forward.
Sounds crazy. Yeah, not the police, but they got
Yeah.
Nick. I am. Everything alright though. How the hell VO did?
Huh?
How the hell VO did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He say, she say.
Yeah. Everything alright.
See that shit is different from the nigga who they got locked up with him, you hear me?
Yeah.
Nigga trying to free themselves, so nigga say whatever.
But the judge kept saying like, he was just like, they shit, the way they saying, like, that shit don't mean nothing because that's how they doing it, like they trying to get the heat out their ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But if they do that, that's what they gonna do. Put themselves on the scene.
Exactly. That was the little.
And that's what they trying not to do.
No, Lala.
The bush, they just saying you did it. And now I mean they can't say you a bitch. They did it. You did it. How you know? They going. How you know you did? You know how the folks do. You know what's going on. Boiling than that. You already know.
Yeah, man. I'm just chilling, man.
What about the health?
Oh yeah, everything. You know, everything I did up. Well, this shit still like a cold up, but it's no.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Your Honor, I'm now moving to 8:56 to play to 14:40.
You look like you straight.
Shit, I'm gonna have $6 on that.
So when y'all go back to court?
On the 18th.
And what they say, a hearing?
Nah, I just did the preliminary hearing.
So ain't nobody getting no bond?
Nah, they tried all Moulton charge because Moulton had a lawyer. They said the same thing about both of them. They said they tried all Moulton charge. They did only thing different was the little nigga named Deep Cleveland. He told me, I told him I did it. So they was yeah, he said that's the only different thing. Then he just wrote Moulton to my man, on God, bro, I ain't say that, bro. I go to court before no police lying on me, did that third. Fuck, man.
So Moulton got the lawyer.
Yeah, Moulton got all his shit, they missed.
So if you would have had a lawyer, you would have got your own dismissed?
Hell yeah.
How much, what he paid on it? I call my man.
Huh?
I can call my man and see what's going on. You ain't got nobody else who you think give you nothing on the lawyer?
Shit, I ain't called. Well, Kim was just telling me that now to call him my knees on and shit.
Who?
Kim. I ain't called him yet, though.
Who?
Kim Chase.
Can't say.
Yeah.
Man, them niggas that be talking, bro.
Yeah. That's what I be saying. That's why I ain't really just put no F like that fucking stuff was been sent the lawyer down here. That nigga, he keep coming down here, but he just like, shit, Doug keep telling me he ain't got all the money yet. The fuck he ain't got all the money yet.
Who's saying that?
So the lawyer, like, the lawyer keep coming down here though, but he just like,
Yeah.
shit, I won't go on represent you, but he keeps saying Doug saying he ain't got all the money together yet.
How much they charge?
And this nigga, he ain't telling me the price. He just like, I told young Thug he gotta give me everything or nothing. It's everything or nothing. That's all he kept saying.
So he want all his money at one time. He don't
I
want
believe
down.
He doing that because of Thug. You feel me? He know
Yeah.
I don't got money, so hey man, I want all my money.
You in? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause most lawyers, they used to do a payment plan, bro.
Yeah, exactly. New baby talked to some lady and she was like 4,000 some shit. She was
4,000 for it.
start.
Man, that nigga I had, he want that money, bro. Yeah, now nigga who beat my brother's murder case, you know, I'm cool with him. He don't even want that much. 4,000 to start, that's too much.
Yeah.
I probably give him about 2,500. He probably put me on payment plan like every 2 weeks. Probably pay like $350. Yeah, what?
That's cool, man.
Mm-hmm. Child, I learned a lot through this trial because now they know how the payment plans work for the lawyers. Child, I honestly would think the lawyer would want majority of the money up front for a murder charge, right? This man said no. You get a man about $2,500, pay about $350 every 2 weeks. You can get on a payment plan. I just be learning and learning in this trial. I swear to God.
Hello, Uncle. Yo, shit. So what you got out here? What you got now? What you got now?
Most of they got now, they got all them aggravated assault shit that they had. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, all that shit, them gun charges.
India, not the big house.
So what part of that truck? That murder charge?
Yeah, they just dropped the murder charge off them.
Man, that ain't shit. That's aggravated assault, just like that.
Yeah. That's how he got like, you know, they got like 9 charges apiece.
Drop that murder and stack some on the aggravated assault. They're like 20 years.
Yeah, what?
That's what I'm saying. Them aggravated assault charges and all that shit. That shit still the same thing.
Yeah.
But murder, they just make niggas say, woof, at least I ain't got this. Still got to fight the aggravated assault.
That boy said you say, woo.
Better though, like the murder, you face the murder charge and them out of aggravated, that shit better because them folks,
aggravated assault.
Them folks telling on them, like, the nigga mama, she was like telling them folks, like, yeah, they did it. And then she telling them folks, like, yeah, home with me that night. And they said, he already told them folks he did it. And, but he told them he did it.
Oh, I saw that, Shay.
Yeah, he told them.
It's Fab. I think jail.
And he told them that most of them with him when he left the club. So they like, shit, he with you, then he had to do that too.
I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Stopping your honor at 13:24.
Man, I know they got to be pissed hearing this shit played back. At least my boy was on there talking about cake.
Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a December 4th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that was made at 5:31 or 17:31?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish from 590 Yankee that December 4th, 2015 call from 8:10 to
Oh, I hate about this.
Who?
You know what I'm talking about.
For new baby?
No.
Who?
Oh.
Oh. You to my him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he the one paying for everything.
Oh, okay.
Boy, as a friend.
Now, Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a January 10th, 2015 call at 7:42 p.m. that was placed by Martinez Arnold?
I did.
And was
I know
that
that's right,
call
Lala.
to Dravorce Bradford?
It was.
Does he have a nickname?
At Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement
It
personnel.
literally tells
To accept
you.
charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently, for a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of
Y'all gonna set me up like
Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Dude,
Cool.
what's down?
Call right back. Y'all gonna set me up like that?
Nah, hell no, nigga. Which time you got there? Some shit there. Nah, hell no.
Y'all good?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, Goldie Mott.
Who that is?
Boosh.
What's up, short stuff?
What are you doing?
Yeah, brother. What's going on?
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, got it.
He did not sound like he was in jail. I'm not sure what be going on. You know how he was like, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but it's normal or it's a regular part of life, something to that effect. That man was why you on that phone so excited? I just don't understand it because I would have been towed down, okay? Baby, that man like, yeah, what's up? Like, wait a minute. Listen to this again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, got it.
I could tell.
Pull up.
Even in jail,
Bro.
can't break his spirits.
What's going on?
Boosh.
What's up, short stuff?
What are you doing?
Yeah, brother. What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it yeah,
Well,
baby?
yeah, got it.
Pull up.
Was it yeah,
How
baby?
quick bro?
All right.
He got all these girls.
He gotta be the life of the party day. The man in jail talking about, yeah, baby. What? It really do sound like he at a soccer game. Gotta love it.
Yeah. Crystal,
Yes.
I'm on your nerve.
No. Why you
I
acting
know, bro.
today? No.
Oh.
You feel like you're getting on my nerves?
He's spinning in jail.
No, a little bit. No, but I ain't talked to you earlier, so you had to throw me out. You said call you later on.
Yeah, because I was at work.
Earlier you said you don't want to talk. Call you later.
Because I was with a client. So.
You with a client now?
Crystal is my friend.
Yeah.
And she's pretty. So I don't want nobody in my business. Crystal is my friend. She know you. So. I don't know. Why would you ask me something like that? You want me to call Bobby back?
Yeah, she answered. She called you back.
Yeah, but she had went to the bathroom because you said something. We're gonna go eat or something. Hold on.
Call him.
Okay.
Ooh, look at 7. 7.
Think Dora at her house too, huh?
King,
Yeah,
he's
hold
getting the
on.
picnic party started. Baby, the picnic
Dude.
party is hilarious.
Dude,
Yeah.
dude,
Yeah.
you hung up.
She hung up?
Yeah, she probably didn't try to.
I'm slow ass.
Damn.
Damn, bro.
Slow ass.
Huh?
Yo, slow ass.
Who that Boosh? You got your man out there, man. Yeah, you talking about. Who said that?
When you coming home?
Court Tuesday. They'll give me a bun Tuesday. I had to wait till I get to the judge.
Your bun gonna be high?
I don't know. Shit, what's your bun was, too?
Mine was 25.
They might do 25,000.
He in here thinking about what the bun gonna be. These people, they smart, okay?
Right, what makes you think it's gonna be? What make you think it's gonna be the same as Twitter?
That's what I want to
No,
know.
I'm saying, everybody something at 20, 30, I ain't gonna go no higher than 40, 50.
What is 50? Which
It
is
ain't
it?
gonna be that high though, cause they only do that when you got them, when you dead ass wrong and you don't got them shit something like that. Shit, 300.
Damn, Stephanie.
There go right there. Don't be.
Call Chris.
What you do?
Chris don't want to talk to you, man.
I ain't gonna talk to you last 2 days.
The girl don't want to talk to you. She hung up for a reason.
Nah, she happy. Every time I call her, she get even happy.
That boy said she
You
happy.
know what I'm saying?
How can you not love this man? That man said, oh, she happy. Every time I call her, she get happier. Child, a man whose mama told him,
You hung up on me?
"You're handsome all the time." I love it.
I hung up by accident when I was trying to call Dottie because her phone went straight to voicemail.
You hear me?
Yeah. I mean, call Dora over there. Hold on.
Bad shot of red. Now, Duke got aura for real. Y'all
Hey,
can't hate on him. He got aura.
Chicken over here.
Very much toxic though.
What you say? Hell no, I ain't eating that shit.
Which one?
I gave it all nephew. It's on you next.
Baby, they in jail. Look at them. Sound like he at the family barbecue right now.
Hello? Yeah.
Dora,
What up, man?
what's up with it, homie? You dig what I'm saying? Nah, bro.
What's going on, man?
He don't seem
Calm down
bothered
a
at
bit,
all.
man. This shit here ain't.
Hey, man.
This shit ain't for no players.
Oh, yeah. You already know. He go to court on 13th. No, the day is 10. The day is 10. He go to court on 13th. Yeah, the day is 10. What's day do?
Well, y'all know when it get nighttime, we just say the day they left.
Y'all know the time. You don't know the time, so you think like this left.
Caitlin, this is idle talk right here.
They wake us up at 4 in the morning to go to court.
Oh, you going to court on when?
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
This shit ain't for no player, man.
He just said that twice. Going through
You see a long way out. You see a long way people leaving. Triple back ass nigga. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to call him. He was trying to call my name. We were locked down though.
Oh God.
Oh, they keep putting you on lockdown?
Nah, them boys have us on lock. We come out the room at goddamn 8. I mean at 9. They send us back in at 12. come back out at 4. Well, we come out. I'm upstairs, so we come out at 6. Downstairs come out at 4 to 6, and we come out from 6 to 8.
That boy talking like he at the crib.
Yeah.
Key, for real.
You did what I'm saying. Yeah, that shit lame, man. You know, we ain't doing that but a whole bunch of chilling.
Where y'all at?
Finna edit this video with at the Yo.
Y'all at the Yo?
Yeah, we with Bill finna edit this video.
What, destroyed?
Nah, you probably gonna do that shit. They doing that convention.
Yeah, that shit so hard, man. What the hell, Thug at?
And I ain't even get to see that booth, that shit, man. I went to the room. Y'all see that? The Da Vinci, I went to the room. I didn't know y'all shot the estimate when. They shot Da Vinci.
Wow, he right there. Tell him I said what sound?
Yeah. Nah, he right here yet. He ain't with her yet. I think he in the meeting with Leor there.
Oh, what dollar?
Baby Thug handling big business. Do y'all know who Leor is? A record executive. Thug handling big business. This was what year was this, y'all? Archie, please stop. What year was this? Baby, when he in the meeting with Leor, Baby Thug handling big business. When I heard that, I said, oh, okay.
Right here.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Hey, that's what I'm still gonna be. Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, Dora.
Dude, man, who the fuck that would have jetpack? God damn, with Duke that, man. Now, I said, good morning, I'm gonna go. I said, man, free fucking Duke. Gucci Mane said, tell the jump that the down payment due date is $250, but it's fine coming out. Let's just say, they don't want the down payment on me. What? He said, they don't want the down payment on me. A down payment for what? My boy.
Oh, she go to think she gonna get in like that. No, we gonna pay for her, hoe.
For the next. She said they just gave her daughter deposit $250 in the last day. What she trying to have fun at? Some place she at me tonight, but I ain't know no more.
Hey, down there, they going crazy on my IG, bro.
They going crazy on my IG.
Yeah, you know the folks that keep asking where you at. Answer your phone, bitch. Got a whole lot of money. The folks trying to figure out what's up. Why you can't pay money?
Who money? See, nigga ain't talking about no money. They'll get knocked out.
Not that.
No more nigga.
See the people that charging her. No, she having that liqueur. She said she having that liqueur.
Liqueur.
Man, you better have that baby put that fuck that glowing shit. Yeah.
That glowing shit sent me.
Hey, they just brought us some things. Hey.
Yeah, this is my favorite part right here.
Yeah.
They just brought us. Hey, Chris.
Let him do what he gonna do.
No.
They just brought
She
some
gonna do the
beans.
thing she did.
They just brought some beans, some red beans and rice.
Ain't nobody listen to my boy food order.
Man, they just brought some red beans and rice with no sauce, no seasoning. It tastes like water. I just tasted a little bit. I just licked a little bit.
He just licked a little bit.
Listen, before they really gave us some dog food on the sandwich. They gave us 2 wheat bread. They gave us like 3 pieces of salad. 3 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it. And a big dry ass cake. Fill up the whole one side of the trip. Man, I said, man, listen, bro.
That boy said, get me out of here. Who said this ain't for me? Get me out of here. Brianna, you said you can see him licking it.
The red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney beans.
Like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Kidney beans is so specific. That's hilarious.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro.
Oh my God. Hold up.
Sorry.
This ain't that ain't it, bro.
Y'all look how mad he sound. He said, this
like water.
Red bean and rice, man.
Man, they just brought some red beans and rice.
Red beans and rice.
No seasoning. It tastes like water. I just tasted a little bit. I just licked a little bit.
It
tastes like, listen, before they really gave us some dog food on the sandwich. They gave us 2 wheat bread. They gave us like 3 pieces of salad. 3 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it.
What?
That
and
boy
a
was
big
bad.
dry ass cake. Fill up the whole one side of the trip. Man, listen, bro. This ain't that and that ain't it, bro. Then Crystal just tearing her mouth out.
Y'all 3-piece of salad is crazy.
Sometimes the red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney
It's
beans.
like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Dog, don't see that.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro. I don't supposed to be getting fed like
It's
that.
like some shit the
And
dog.
he's supposed to be getting
Yeah.
a true
He
king.
look like
I
shit.
know that's
I ain't
right.
You know what I'm saying? He look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
said they
Shit like
at
dog
least.
shit.
So they been in there.
Okay. Do y'all remember when he said he wouldn't want to do the 20v1s because he not in the business of hurt women's feelings? Did y'all hear him say he didn't want to really pop it like that or talk about how he hated the food because it was people really eating it and he was trying to be Dude said he trying to be nice. Everybody not used to what he used to and he knows that. But in jail, he got to play the part. That man said, I ain't really want to say nothing because shit, they was eating it. I said, wait a minute. Very much. Listen, through all this foolishness, the man got a good heart. The man said, listen to what he said, y'all. He didn't want to pop it in front of the people because he didn't want to like seem like, it's beneath him, but he don't want to put them down. He could a considerate gentleman. Yeah. Dude said I ain't supposed to be eating like this. He said, I'm not supposed to be eating like this. I know that's right.
He look like shit.
He said it looked like shit.
Sometimes the red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney
It's
beans.
like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Dog, don't see that.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro. I don't supposed to be getting fed like
It's
that.
like some shit the dog, don't see that.
Yeah, he look like shit. I ain't even, you know what I'm saying? He look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shit like dog shit.
So they been in there. They got a hammer. They been in there. How you know it's not no seasoning? You taste it.
I said I licked this. I tasted it on the spoon. So I did like water and a big ass cake.
Oh,
Crystal is cracking up, baby.
me too, Crystal.
What Crystal is your friend?
Crystal, he's Crystal.
Yeah, she's cracking up.
Go get a nigga some dog shit, man. Hey, dog.
Straight up, yeah.
Hey, I need y'all to make it done.
Oh God, y'all
Go
go
back
right there.
Man, what? Hey, listen, man. We just Amina getting that money to your sister, put the money on your book, or you don't want that shit?
Yeah, she said she's gonna give it to my sister said she pissed. She called her in.
Yeah, no. She putting 100 on your book and 100 on the phone.
Don't keep trying to put that on my book. I ain't finna be here for that, man.
Yeah, that was I was just the joke that thought maybe you might want to make stores and shit. You know what I'm saying?
We can't even make
Something
store down there
real
one
food.
bit.
You can't.
You ain't said, man, I ain't supposed to be eating
They
like.
don't even come to us with stuff.
Oh, well, let me tell you, damn.
I mean, they put it on there, they gonna give it to me when I get out.
Hold on, Slime.
That man said, I ain't finna be in here that long. How do you know? He was confident. He said his money gonna be 20, 30, 40, or 50,000. Either way, he's getting out of here.
Hello?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, man. Nah, well, then I tell her, then don't worry about that shit. Then
Nah,
we'll just keep on the phone.
She can put it on there, cause I might walk the bend on her when I get out.
You motherfuckers on the phone. I go, okay, yeah. That motherfucker, it was 2 degrees out there, yeah.
Yeah, that was he gonna walk the minute when he get out of there. Oh my God.
I'm standing in front of that building.
Yeah, no, I'm walking on straight. I'm walking on. Straight down
yeah, I
the
take that
side.
on the way. That bitch stay right well. Pick me up at the gas station.
Oh my God.
It's a number that caught my phone.
That boy said, get me out of here. That boy said, "Get me out of here."
Deputy Sprinkle,
Oh my God. Oh my God. That boy said, "Get me out of here. I'm not finna be in here long." I said he was real confident. I'm so happy he got out because that man was confident. That man said, "Get me out of here." He said, "Shh." He didn't say he was walking home, friend. He walking to Benny Hunter or Houston's, okay? That man said, "I ain't supposed to be eating like this." He said, "Don't put no money on his books." Like, this man was confident. He was not with the shit. Do you hear me? Get me out of here. Steph, I don't know why. Maybe just to show the connection of Duke and Thug's Thug's sisters and him asking about Thug. Maybe that's why they played this tape. I honestly don't see no reason other than they want to show us. They wanted to show us his personality. I don't really know what the purpose of this call was. I just think maybe they just wanted, maybe because they been hearing his name or something with the Yak situation. Oh, he was in jail, y'all. Maybe they played this call because to show he was actually in jail when the whole him and Yak situation happened, because I think that was the chain of calls that was going on. But I'm thinking that's why. Baby, I know the jury was cracking down. I know they were crying. That man said, "I ain't supposed to be eating like this." Just tell me what my bun is. Baby, he did. That man said his bun gonna be 20, 30, 40, no more than about 50,000. Lord Jesus, I'm telling y'all. The man has standards. I told y'all, go get the man some Benny Hunter or Houston's gift cards. Just off GP. Just off GP. I need to send him one myself. Just off GP, need to send him a Benny Hunter gift card. Okay, let me see what other calls we heard.
Was this the call you had that you did? Straight. Interview from Diamante Kendrick.
Yes.
From 1 minute and 12 seconds to 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Hey, my boy starving. They say he said they ain't even come up there to do commissary. Lord. That money say I ain't gonna be here that long. Keep your money. Stephanie, hold on there. I forgot I put some. Oh, damn.
Yeah, I've been on lockdown, man. It's been here confusing, man. I gotta get out.
Okay, just first of all, keep your head up, and I just want you to know I love you.
Mama.
Court minutes on my phone yesterday, and I was hoping you call. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Did Duke get out? Yeah. Okay, well, he got a whole lot of folks he got to answer to. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Monte, I love you, but you should have told that nigga fuck that shit. Take that ass whooping. You should have told. You took yours. Okay.
This would be me. She sound like any other mother. That wasn't your fight. Any other mama, I'd say the same shit.
No, you go to court on the 16th, 1/6.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but they trying to still push the mixtape out.
His mama was supposed to say nothing else.
Tell them get 10 or 13 good songs and drop it.
Yeah, this is Yak's mom.
And
Okay.
tell them to find like, don't use that red bandana shit. Even though the
I
bandana
want no
hurt,
witness.
just tell them to find like a picture like on slime cheese. And what I was finna say, man,
Dude from Miami, he sounds Atlanta.
Yeah, today is only the 4th. But I'll be there. Your judge is Judge Atkins. Put his name in the universe. His name Judge Atkins. I done looked him up. I done saw him before too.
I got a lawyer.
We got Doug, I'm working on that now.
Just say
You know,
broke, not say name.
huh?
Just say broke, don't say the name.
It's too late now.
Yeah, bro.
Hey,
It's too late now yet.
3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Baby, Yak's mama is any other mama. Baby, put that judge name in the universe. Baby, pray about it. It's gonna be okay. It wasn't even your fight. You still in jail. Dude gone home. So I understand his mama. His mama, I would have been the same way, baby. They said Yak done had enough of the call already. That's how I be, baby. Keep your head up, baby. You'd be like that. Okay, let's see. I done moved it back. That's okay. I think we done without the calls anyway. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. So we got what, 15 minutes? Let's see which one this is.
Then Crystal just tearing her mouth out.
How we end up back here?
Man, girl. Sometimes the red beans and rice look like dog food.
How we end up back here?
Yeah.
With the kidney
It's
beans.
like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans. This shit ain't right, bro.
Okay, thank you, Melody.
You like to treat the dog, don't shoot that.
Yeah, he look like shit. I ain't even, I'm saying, he look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying, shit like dog shit.
So they been in there. They got a helmet. They been in there. How you know?
Barty, please stop. Okay, so now y'all, these are some of the text messages. We can read the text messages. Dog food with the kidney beans. Child, this is just too much. Okay, so let's look at the text messages. So maybe we can listen and hear what they're saying.
Associate any of the other phone numbers. For example, this 404-293-3244. Did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belongs to Demikian Garlington.
So this is the Demikian smile, y'all.
And did you were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022. Is there a text message from the phone associated with Demikian Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this. Did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Brewer Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker, he likes to go out.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or 19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo.
And is there a response from the phone associate Mr. Garlington to the phone associate Mr. Adams or Bobby?
Yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Who's this?
All right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, we have a red call here. What does that signify?
That's going to be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what does she say?
She said, hey, this is Red. Cedric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, set trick. Do you know who that is?
Mr. Myron, that's the nickname he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is red set trick Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female predator associated with blood gang. They go by a Ruby. That's gonna be Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay, and just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response?
Want me to call you? It might have gone through the jail messages. It's hard to keep saying.
Okay, so then next, on February 6th, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay, and just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So, Mr. Arlington says, "What it do, twin?" Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, "My little man right there with the FUCK, racial expletives." And Mr. Garlington says, "Oh yeah, where about?" Mr. Adams says, "You know which I'm talking about, right? The singer." And Mr. Garlington says, "Who's locked up?" And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname from Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. He goes by 650 Blue. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's where it comes from. So Mr. Garlington responds, "Oh yeah, need him." And then Mr. Adams says, "My little man gonna call back tomorrow." Mr. Garlington says, "Okay, let me know." Mr. Adams, attempting to use code of language, says, "I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the gang." And then Mr. Garlington says, "Okay, let me know ASAP." To which Mr. Adams responds, "Red."
And when you said he's using coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to attack him, obviously his contraband phone gets. Right. Okay. That's what I'm trying to, if the calls were getting intercepted, the phones get taken. It's an attempt to conceal the activity.
No, Tay, I don't remember that.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get an autograph.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin? And take the jury through that set of conversation.
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County jail system. You have to purchase stamps, the Fulton stamps, to be able to send and receive texts. So you may buy 30 stamps or allow you to send, but you certain amounts, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they've used their last, and she's facilitating Cash App or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate the stamps being purchased so they can communicate.
And then that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a intercepted call from a number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
And that was not a part of your investigation, investigating this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, a third party trying to send the money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their Cash App locked, or whatever money happened, so somebody else trying to help out.
And then do they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myrick?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with or Mr. Connolly in jail. They'll send one inmate may have a Cash App account they're using in jail, and everybody can send money to, and it might change if somebody's phone gets taken, Cash App account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams in this text message sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then he tells Ms. Allison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it. I'm going to get the stamps now and tell them to call.
Okay. Now, going to February 8th, 2020.
Y'all, am I watching this correctly? $14.16 worth of food stamps for $15. I remember seeing the $14.16, but the person paid $15 for the $14.16 in stamps. I shouldn't be muted anymore. I don't have mute on. Y'all should hear me now. The stamps are for. Wait a minute. I'm a little confused. Stamps for text messaging. Oh, got it. Thank y'all for clarifying that for me. Okay, so they're trying to get something to communicate in jail. Jail stamps? The money is going to that phone on tablets to text. Thank you, Mikhail. That helps me so much. It's not food stamps, y'all. It's some type of jail stamps. Thank you. Okay. Seven watching the replay. She talking about Duke knew his mama was coming to get him. I guess so, because baby, he didn't give a damn. He was in there. Duke sounded like he was already out. Okay.
More conversation between
Thank y'all.
Mr. Adams' phone and the Garlington phone. There it is. Now showing you what's been admitted as 1TTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garlington and the phone associated with Adams? There is. Okay. And what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro, he's gonna hit me when the food is done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else?
No.
Is this your
Sustained.
Is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, does it appear to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Alice's phone number or Alice's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us your generally the date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Elson saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you Chris got locked back up, and he made the news last night. And it says, I seen it when it happened, that shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Eppinger shot Officer David Rogers and he was arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that makes evidence.
Okay.
And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says yesterday, and she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't shorty a rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. F all the other shit we worry about. It's nothing but business. Go ahead. Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that
Okay, our court is about to start, so I'm gonna fast forward back to court. Also, I've gotten a few messages about the Department of Justice chiming in about Fulton County. This could really get interesting. For funny, don't know how it's going to affect the YSL trial as a whole. In general, one person, two people, I don't know, but I'm going to watch it later after court is off. But the Department of Justice, could they be setting up for something as soon as Trump takes office? I don't know, but we gonna see. But I'm gonna skip ahead for court so that we're on track. Because that is interesting, y'all. So you were watching it? Davia, you watched the Department of Justice. What were they talking about? Yeah, Aaron, I said that I wondered what would happen if he were to be elected. What's going to happen with Fonnie, her whole team? They already have their records request stuff going on already. I think she's going to end up with a RICO. That's just what I think. I think they're going to find a way to charge her a RICO because y'all know in Georgia, a RICO can be one person. Remember, we read that. Oh, minors there with grown men. Oh, why did they say it was something else? Are upset with Fulton. They are holding. Wow, I believe that. Y'all, I'm interested to see what's going to happen, but I'm telling you, I don't know why I feel like that, but a part of me feels like they're going to try to charge her with a RICO. And I only say that because when you read the statute, it is so broad and it literally said one person can be the enterprise. So we're going to see. We are going to see what happens. Hold on, Ashley. Let me see what you said, Ashley. A horrible death, stabbings. The officer are using tasers for minor infractions. Oh, thank you, Davia. Because I saw another message and I said, oh, okay. Davia, this is going to be interesting. I think, Diane, I said, I think it wouldn't be far-fetched for them to charge Funny with a RICO. I just feel like it may be setting up for that. 2.5 million. It's gonna get ugly. Well, TJ, we're talking about the Department of Justice looking into Fulton County, and I said ultimately, hold up, I got the Colorado tickets in the works. What tickets, Ashley? Ashley, for which game, Ashley? Are you talking about the last game, Ashley? Versus Oklahoma. That's the game I want to go to. I think someone else on my page, she said that senior night. I would love to do that game. And I know it's around Thanksgiving, but my kid's big, girl. I ain't gonna be out here doing no holiday shopping. I could leave Saturday morning or Friday night and then leave back out on Sunday. Ashley, girl, let me know. Let me know. I want to go to the last game. I don't know, y'all. I just don't think he gonna spare Funny. I don't think he gonna spare Funny. You know, I hate to say it, but listen. Yes, Key. Shit. I mean, my Thanksgiving on Thursday. I think the game actually on Friday. Hold up. I think the Oklahoma game on Friday, to be honest. I really want to go to that game. I just want to go to one game before Shador leaves. And that's gonna have to be my game because I ain't gonna be able to go this weekend. That's gonna have to be my game. Y'all know I really love the Buffs. Those are I feel like they're like my little brothers. I love them. No, he not sparing her. Ooh, Kiki, but this is what I think is going to be her downfall. The fact that she wanted this case so bad, she kind of put everything else on the back burner, and I think it's going to ultimately be her downfall. Erica, I do. I have several brothers. Why would you spare her? No, ma'am. Sure wouldn't. He would pardon Thug and Diddy. Oh, now the Carlos. I didn't think. I didn't. Crystal. So I've been thinking about Kansas City. Like, I just want to go to a game. I need to see how far Kansas is from Memphis because I could probably make. They are playing Kansas. They playing at the Kansas City Chiefs Stadium. Let me see. Let's see. That's like 8. I think that's like 8 hours from here. I still have to take a flight. I would still have to get a flight for Kansas. I was like, hell yeah. I still have to get a flight to go to Kansas. I'd rather go to Colorado. Kansas City. I'm gonna have to look at the flights because now it's a 7-hour drive. I'd rather get a flight. Because I've never driven to Kansas before. I'd rather get a flight. He cannot pardon Jeffrey. That's the state case. Yep, you're right, Miss Sheila. Mel, please, you got me wanting to go to a game now. Yes, Key. I really want to go now to Kansas. I'm gonna look at the flights, see how much the flights are for Kansas. If it's about the same as Colorado, I'd rather go to a home game. And the only reason I'd rather go to the home game is they home games be real. They look real lit, and plus, I just want to. I think it's senior night, so I want to see them do everything for the boys that's seniors because it's a lot of seniors that I love. Do it be cold at them games? I'm sure it does. Y'all, we talking about the last game in Colorado is in versus Oklahoma OSU. Now, if they win their next 2 games, it will be such a big game, y'all. Like this game, if they win the next 2 games, we got a game this weekend versus Utah, then the next weekend Kansas. If we win both of those games, that OSU game, if we win it, going to the playoffs. Yes, girl, Thug's supposed to be at one of the games. He either gonna be there this weekend or Oklahoma. Mel. Brittany! Hold on. Brittany said, I fly for Southwest. I can get you a plane ticket to Colorado. Brittany, don't tell me that, girl. Brittany. Hold on, y'all. Y'all know I had put up a Instagram post, and I said, God, I really want to go to this Colorado game. Please work it out for your girl. Hold on, not God trying to work it out for your girl. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure I have this on play. I just want to make sure we're not missing nothing. Okay, I got it on play. Wait a minute. Kaylin, the ticket's already high. Shh, Key. Because if I get to go to this game, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gone. Do you hear me? If I get to go to this game, because I've been wanting, I was gonna go to their first game, but y'all know it was tax season. I mean, not it was tax season. I was still working with my cousin. Then Mariah ended. I didn't think I was gonna have to do the tuition stuff for Mariah, so I ended up not even being able to go. Child. Area, they gonna find it. They're gonna find it. We won't pay for the tickets. What you talking about, Ashley? Wait a minute, Ashley, what you talking about? Wait a minute. Child, hold up. What's today? Yeah, what's today's day? Today the 14th. I think that game is like the 29th or something. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Y'all, that game is the 29th. Child, hold on. And it's an early game. It's at 11 in the morning. Thank y'all for telling me the date. I was trying to think about how far away this game is. And I'll be back in Atlanta because it's gonna be Thanksgiving. So y'all know I'm going home for Thanksgiving. So I'll be in Atlanta for probably 2 weeks before coming back to Memphis. Well, if I come back to Memphis. But I'll be in Atlanta for 2 weeks. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it now. I haven't seen it yet. Listen, Sherelle, tonight, okay? They 161 to 675. Ashley said if we get tickets, we Crystal. Now, Crystal, don't be messy. Crystal said, but your daughter's birthday. Child, we'll celebrate when I get back. We'll celebrate when I get back. Girl, Mariah, let me tell you something about my baby. My baby knows how bad I really want to go to a Colorado game. When I tell you, Mariah will be happier than me. She'll be just fine, baby. Babe, we done spent 18 birthdays together. She'll be fine. We got y'all. Hold up. Let me look at Ashley's message. I got distracted. Crystal talking about, what about your baby birthday? What about it, girl? We gonna celebrate her birthday. Hold up. One of the coaches will lead them for me at the player's interest. Ashley, what Hilton say? Talk that talk, friend. Baby Mariah gonna be just good. Y'all call her right now. What? Let me call her. I don't know if she in class. What time is it? She on my time zone. She know my heart, baby. My little girl know her mama. 18 birthdays. Let me make sure she don't say nothing. Girl, my YouTube live up, so don't say nothing crazy. Just focus on what I'm talking about, okay?
All right, you can go ahead.
Hold up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on, Viverito. They started court right when I called you, but quickly. So I'm in my chat, and somebody said 2 people, they can help me get a flight to Colorado and a ticket to the game. Okay? Y'all should see her face. What you say? But guess what? Wait, but guess what day it's on? What? November 29th. Like, what? We spent 18 birthdays. You see? She said, just go. We spent 18 birthdays together. You okay, right? Yeah. We gonna pop it out when I get back, okay? I'm gonna be back on the 1st. As long as you reinforce me for your absence. You good. I hit the cash out. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye. Bye.
Now, that's it, Rita. When we left off, we talked about the February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department. When you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and they say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? We might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. Not sure if you guys have heard NIBIN leads the ballistics testing when shell casings match. We might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crime?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was
Okay, who was the victim?
a gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Without telling me what you learned, or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes,
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes,
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes,
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
yes,
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Crew Street?
yes.
Is Crew Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes,
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Crew Street?
What can you define?
Do you know, is it a store? Is it a house? Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
Hearsay.
You want to rephrase?
Yeah. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes for refresh my
Do you
recollection?
have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
What y'all think? What do you think this is going to happen? Because it seems like they're trying to get things in through Viverito that she doesn't have independent knowledge of for real, but she can say, I was aware of it on the stand. And it sounds like she got to go to those notes to remember what she's supposed to be aware of. That's what I'm getting from it. She has notes. It seems like that's what the notes are for. Literally, there are no reports, but her notes on what key points she should be hitting when they ask her certain things. Yes, Kiki. What happened?
And as soon as we get that, we're looking at that, help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YFN Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present, had been seen at the location. Yes.
See, y'all?
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shot fired call that came up at that location. Yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
YSL area.
Sustained.
It's 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members.
It is. It's in that neighborhood. Yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to
need
refresh
to
real
refresh
quick.
your
There's
memory?
several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the incidents that we just referred to outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Bellegarde Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that? Did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sure you must have been marked as stated in 429 BV.
I remember this post too.
If you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is a accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
And does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
Objection.
All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
You good, Kiara.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it, and it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
Okay. And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in a shade room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. It could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload, so I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working, and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Okay. What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media account did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
Everything go back to social media.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
How the hell he YSL and a Crip? I still don't understand that.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Bennett the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
When's the date?
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020? Or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media account?
Yes.
That's all she look at. We know she did that.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
And looking at Mr. Menders, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team?
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to your saying also.
You may.
But Max tired. Max tired, Doug tired, Viverito has everyone tired. I saw a comment that y'all put in, and I think it sums up Viverito. How do you know everything about everybody, but still know nothing. I really just think that this woman was everywhere. Everywhere, but nowhere at the same time. Every time. Well, how did you become aware? Social media. Literally. Y'all, the lady is saying y'all so dumb. You criminals are so dumb. I don't even have to go far. Pull up my phone, look at your social media, boom, I done solved the case. That's what this lady is saying. Like, stop making it easier. Because one, people are literally going to believe her. They say she's an expert. They're going to believe her. Stop giving her ammunition because she ain't doing them but going to y'all social media pages. I don't know, James. I don't know if that's it. But she only saw them YSL. She did YFN too. She seems to be really familiar with them as well. Stalking their social media pages is just, I mean, where's the real police work? She said people love to talk to her. Where are the witnesses? Where are the reports? Come on now. Where are your reports? What's going on? Yes, Devin, I remember that. I remember them saying she was a probation officer. It's not making sense to me. They say it sounds like stalking. I just don't understand it. And they're allowing her to, anyone could post. And it's just so sad. People have to not now be mindful, because even if you weren't doing something, maybe you trolling or you playing. Trolling or playing could really get you in trouble. She said she was, 2 members of YFN. They said Barchi agree. It's like, what were you doing? I mean, we're literally hearing about all of these unsolved shootings, unsolved murders. Where was your police work for that? Instead, you got us up here talking about you done figured out somebody selling food stamps. Jail stamps, y'all said. You got us up here now. Now, it can be assumed that they were talking about harming Lucci, but you going through text messages and flyers and social media posts, looking at clothes. Girl, where are the real crimes that you solved? I don't think she was solving anything, y'all. I'm like, y'all, I think she was literally stalking them. This was a game for them. Their focus was them. Brian Stills already told us that they watched Doug for 15 years. And she's got to be one of the reasons why, because you can't tell me there was nothing else going on in Fulton County. You're not going to tell me. She was profiling, not basically Ariel. She was profiling. Yes, Tori, she may have an infatuation with them. They say she mesmerized over Woody. I'm not sure what it is at this point. But something like this is insane. There was nothing else going on in Fulton. Kelly, I don't know what happened to Miss Love. I honestly think she got benched, but that's just my opinion. I feel like they bring her out for really easy witnesses, but they're not even why is Hilton doing this questioning? Well, Abati is there, but I don't know, y'all. I think Courtney, you might be right. I think Miss Love got benched. That's my personal opinion. It's just sad. This can't be what they teach you. This can't be. Y'all heard Gates to say we want the. That's true, Jay. Sometimes have any information on Thug. Okay, let me look. Hold up.
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the Fourth Ward. they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was?
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Marquavius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we classify him as an associate. I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alpert?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Out.
On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during the shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that where is 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that the vehicle was struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell cases found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident at 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those 2 incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Jadarian Mitchell, Kenneth Long, DeMar Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that's found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen and singing "Drop a Op" and we celebrate.
And how soon after?
The answer the pronoun they.
Okay, is that what the post said?
I believe that if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe 2 people in the scene, and one of the 2 YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, "Drop Op" and we celebrate. Well, they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you, being a part of this unit, found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or a way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far as
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Oh, again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Right. Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Demikion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for a wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure or be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Sumlin's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to actively, you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes. And if at the 2-minute mark, there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back. The recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrant, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around like the 10th, maybe years, somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Intelligence being gathered is crazy. Crazy when she used social media for everything. Girl.
Now I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you said it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60T. But I have refreshed your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed.
Yes,
Okay, when was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you become aware of the shooting on I-75/85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock p.m.?
PM. I think the call for service came in around 9:47
And where is 12 Atlanta?
in Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
Okay. And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes,
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
a gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 and Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day,
Why were you looking at social media?
just in conjunction with The Wire. We were always monitoring what was going on just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Shamel Drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you.
Y'all, at least we've gotten to the drinks murder, because she wasn't there for Donovan Thomas and all of that. It sounds like she came around 2020. So at least we're there. They may be finishing up with her. They used her to ask her if she knew about all of these shootings that occurred. So we may be about to finish up with her.
Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence.
And from a continuing objection, correct?
Permission to publish. Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kill.
Okay. And were you familiar with Shell Cal?
Yes,
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Cal?
from past investigations involving both of these groups.
Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Stevo, which I know to be Steven Johnson.
Okay. And I apologize. Going back to 465. What was Shell Kel's Instagram handle?
It's Shell Kel _ Nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BV. 44 Stevo, what's his given name?
Steven Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN Fat 14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Okay. Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said around 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court condolence for one.
Tay, they called Drinks. His nickname was Nut as well. Two different nuts, but his name was
Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think he goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That motion.
How many times has Max had to approach the bench for Viverito? How many? And I feel like the state knows what they're doing. I think they're just trying to see if it's going to be caught at this point. I just think they're just trying to see if it's going to be caught. Because they're really, if you haven't noticed, guys, they are really trying to get everything left. They're trying to get it in through Viverito. I think she's the last like gang unit expert that they have. So they're really trying to go big or go home with her because she's really, I think Obama, not Obama was supposed to be their home run, and he wasn't.
I did.
And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? When you were investigator Flores, take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with an individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigator Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on a homicide?
Yes.
Chanel drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
All right. You said this is about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
And just as a side note, what type of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations, I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know. I don't know much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
Okay. And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with them, but I didn't know his name. So I told investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. A name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shoot or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
oh, yes, when I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stilla.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember if I don't think I did we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
You're on permission to approach.
Y'all see Shannon stretching. Baby, Shannon just being that thing tired. I'm trying to see what does Shannon be doing. That man is tired. He never seems like he's really worried about what people are saying about him in court. I like that about him. I love that about him. He doesn't get too high, too low. He just rock steady for the most part. Just be sitting there looking.
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few.
So Ty asked if we could go back and watch Hogan on the stand. We can, Ty, but he basically says a whole bunch of nothing. He didn't investigate anything. He didn't really know much about it. He just knew there were 3 cars at the 3 cars from the FedEx footage. He saw all of the cars pull out at the same time. They were going the same way. That's really all he knew. Didn't know the names of the occupants or anything. Well, Viverito, He says she comes up to him, asks him, well, what's going on? Oh, I know this guy on the camera. I think this is who it could be. When he's looking at the footage from the gas station. And then here we are. He honed in on these people. I'm sure Viverito, she's not saying it on the stand, but I'm sure she went to this man and said, oh, I think, I'm seeing this boy get posted by YFN members. Those are 2 YSL members, so I'm sure they did it. And then he just ran with that. Didn't even bother to look at the third vehicle, then try to see who was in there, then try to get any information about it. He just literally ran with it. He ran with it. Oh, I know them. They had to have done it. And that was it. Nothing. That's what I'm getting from it. He swore out warrants for Shannon Garlington. Yeah, Shannon Garlington. I think Nichols. He swore out the warrants before he even saw the footage from FedEx. The FedEx footage clearly, in my opinion, it looks like the third car did it. And I'm saying the third car because that's where you see the brake lights go on and off. So I am saying the third car. The ME testified that the shot to his neck, he would have been done immediately. You see those brake lights go on and off. Shannon through the light. They already done cleared Nichols forward. It's the third car. And he didn't bother to watch it because just like with Lil Rod, he just want to close cases. He doesn't care about justice. He doesn't care about these young men's lives being railroaded. He just wants to close the case. That's it. Because even in Lil Rod's situation, he came with a story. Mariah adopted his story, and then here we are, a case that's probably going to win on appeal. So that's where we are. He want to get off his desk. That's it. And I'm sorry, these are people's lives. And I believe Shymel Drinks' family truly does deserve justice. They really deserve justice, and not just, hey, we want to pin these guys, so we're going to put it on them. No, whomever killed their family member needs to pay for it. And unfortunately, because of Detective Hogan and Viverito's obsession with YSL, that person is gone. They have completely missed the opportunity to get whomever that person was. They'll probably never solve that case. I mean, y'all, it was just so much with Shymel Drinks. It just does not sit right with me. The fact that his car had no gunpowder. Shannon's car, there's no gunpowder. They did all of this, tore them people rental car up. No gunpowder. And they refuse to accept the fact that he just didn't do it. Get his windows tinted. They talk about this rule for tint, right? You look at the pictures. Those windows hadn't been rolled down. Now, oh, could you have opened the door? Now, all of a sudden, this man speeding through a red light with his door open. The car is gone. Yeah, it was just too much. And the Shymel Drinks, much like the Donovan Thomas unaliving, they're trying to force justice. You can have your opinions on who you think did it. The fact of the matter, in the way our court system works, you need to have evidence to back it up. And I don't see evidence for any of these murders. I just don't. And the fact that so many of us have these different opinions on who did it, what happened, we will never know, because the police, if we just being honest, I don't think they gave a damn for real. I don't think they care for real. They did not do real investigations, because I'm of the mind of Brian Steele. That man never went to McDonald's. He never went to that McDonald's. I'm a Brian Steele's mindset. I feel bad for Donovan Thomas's family and Shymel Drinks' family. Shymel Drinks' family comes to that courtroom for them to have to listen to them tell Nichols, we're dropping the murder charge. We don't think the shots came from your car. Donovan Thomas's family, why the hell would you have them come up there to speak at Thug's sentencing? Thug ain't charged with that. Why would you think that's appropriate? It was definitely trying to garner emotion out of Paige. It was nasty. These like my mom passed unexpectedly. Donovan Thomas, even though he was murdered, passed unexpectedly, right? So that has left a hole in his family's heart that no one would ever be able to feel. So dragging every time you look up, y'all talking about Donovan Thomas, nut. His family got to live through this just like everybody else. Tell those people y'all don't know who did it and find some real justice. Try to investigate again. I don't know, but this is not it. This is not it. Playing nasty games. You don't play with people like that. You do not play with people like that. Having those families come to that courtroom knowing that y'all don't have a case. Because the Shamil drinks, I mean, Donovan Thomas, y'all done charged about 10 people in his murder. You really just don't know. When we move over to Shamil drinks, what bothers me most is Detective Hogan didn't even think it was necessary to look at everybody at that gas station. He didn't even care. He didn't give a damn. He ran with Viverito and she sent her ass on this stand like she Miss Holier Than Thou. She knows all. She sees all. She's above all. And you railroading these people. No, Mikhail, that's not what I'm saying, Mikhail. I am literally exaggerating with 10 people. My point is all of the people that were charged, they dropped the charges. Now we got a new set of people charged. They don't know who did it. They don't know who did it. I wish they could maybe it's Gedge. They probably can. But anytime, I'm not sure how it works in Georgia, but anytime something happens to you, on the city streets, I do believe they pay the families. I'm not sure how much it is, but you can get compensated for that. Poppy, we're on a break right now. Yep, Hogan did not care. I'm sure Drinks, Barchi, please stop. I know Drinks auntie was upset. I'd be upset. I would be upset. Didn't sleep for 40 days or 40 nights. Do you hear me? Oh, I didn't have time to do that between wiretaps and going through the calls and try to get a little sleep. Like her, it's really, that's what she wants the jury to think of her as. This was my life's work. I worked around the clock. And how many shootings have we heard that they don't even have a suspect in? Come on now. What are you doing around the clock? Because it's not solving crimes. You sitting on Instagram. You're sitting on Instagram. Like, come on, bolstering. Yes, ma'am, Jess. Ain't proved nothing. But she too scared to show her face, Jessica, which is crazy because half of these defendants know who you are. They said Bart, you mad about this too. They had to ask his mom if she wanted the car back. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't want that car back either. Take it. 20 burner accounts. Exactly. Her mentioning her lack of Jess. She has been inappropriate her entire testimony. She's really trying to sell it. This is my life's work. This is all I do. This is all I think about. It's giving obsession. It wouldn't be looking like she's really in there. They say I love Barchi's little growls. Girl, I can't stand her. She working my nerves. I'm trying to calm her down. But it's giving obsession. Max can't wait to get her Miss Fabulous J, and I think we're almost there. Yeah, I think we're almost there. She posted her face on Facebook already. Child, hold up. That's what it's giving, Kelly. It's really giving liar. That's exactly what it's giving. She probably made fake page. She probably did, but y'all know what's the crazy part? Is these boys, I hope they learn, because they around here drinking and smoking and talking about they getting the ops away, baby. And she just sitting there screen recording, feet kicked up, not bothered, probably eating some chips, chilling. And y'all around here just incriminating yourselves. Don't even know. She right there. I think she did too, Miss Sheila. She right there. Could she be Vera? She could be. Have we seen her today? Have y'all seen her in line crying? because that could be. In this case, it's personal and false promises. The sad part about it, they can't. Yep, that's true. That's true. I don't know about these murder charges. I just don't see it. I personally don't see the murder charges at all. Now the other stuff that they got, I don't know how that's gonna work out, but I don't see the murder charges. And I hope for the sake of just smacking the state in the face, they just send them home with not guilty and say bye. She just too sharp. Hold up, I missed that one. She's just too sharp for me. Everyone else needs to have memory. She studied though. Listen to her. Okay, Deanna, listen to the first 15-20 minutes of her testimony. It was nothing but me. I did this. I graduated here. I studied here. This is what I do. I use intelligence. I do this. It's a little different. I think outside the box. Listen to her first 10 minutes, girl. She has been preparing. This was her time to shine. She won't even say probation officer because she's been very careful. She doesn't want to be Dennis. She might slip up on Cross. She might slip up on Cross. If they really, you have to look at personality types. And as lawyers, they have to do this. If they can tap into her personality and do the things that she hates the most, she might slip up. She just might slip up on Cross. Just watch and see. We're going to see how it goes. I think they'll get them on the RICO. Probably so. The RICO may. But I don't know now that Thug gone. And they know Thug pled NOLO. So we got to factor that in too because y'all know they know that. She's on the Brady list. Dang, DeCarlos, is she? They were. I believe this too, Miss Fabulous J. And I believe this, India, and this is why they couldn't let it go. They couldn't let this go. They got YFN, they got YSL. This is something that what is operation planners? Listen, they really tried to get to it. She's not an expert, so you're correct. I haven't seen her before, so I have to go online and see if I see her. Well, here's the thing, Miss Fabulous J. Now, you never know if it gets to taking. It might be a hung jury. And then if it's a hung jury, does the state really want to try this again? With Trump lingering over Funny's head? Do they really? It might be a hung jury. Listen, listen, y'all. There's somebody that's pissed at the state. You have taken all this time of my life for you to plead out for people. And then you drop some serious charges. Y'all think they didn't see all that stuff? Huey, y'all don't think they looked at Huey's time? Looked at people facing 110 years, 120 years, and they went home with 9? The jury is probably pissed because you have taken all of this time away from me, my families, just for y'all to plead people out. Let the gang leader go home. The person who y'all told us was so big, so bad, so scary. He was doing all, y'all let him go home. They're probably pissed because they were lied to. Yeah, she's too proud for me too. Deanna, I think you saw Miss Fabulous J say it's like 20 years. But hopefully that's not where we go. They can't afford to try it again. I want to believe that, DeCarlos, but Funny is a little desperate. So we never know. I think the whole jury is upset. Y'all, listen, this is the longest trial in Georgia history. This they only shot. Child, if it's like a miss, if it's a hung jury, if I were them, the state needs to let it go. Save face. We tried. At least we got 4 pleas. We got the other, because y'all don't forget about the other young men that are waiting. Don't forget about them. You have the other young men that are waiting as well. So you don't forget about that too. They will sell that watch to make some money. It ain't enough. They say this trial costs about $5,000 a day. Exactly, Crystal. You still have to try those men. They say this trial costs about every day it's $5,000 a day. So you've got to think about that too. $5,000 a day. Come on, y'all. That's they have spent a lot of money. This case been going to think about jury selection. Then you've got the actual case. It's too much money it's too much money. That watch ain't gonna be enough. They're gonna need all of that jewelry. That's why they wanted to keep it. They want all of it. They need the money. Okay, Mikhail. I think I just got a message too. Erica, is this including picking the jury too? Are you gonna watch? Yep, Crone, if they're gonna be streamed, I sure am. They had to pay out in months Cobb because Thug was there for so long too. Yep, Crystal, I heard that too. Day 160, y'all at 800,000. Y'all just talking about the days. Don't forget jury selection and how long that took too. They said it's been almost $1 million. This is what I heard, about $1 million. Yep. Kiana, we've been still listening to Viverito. We're waiting on her to come back. So hold on, y'all, just a second while I hope I'm back for that back. Hold on. Okay, we back. Let me make sure the sound is on. Okay.
No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to the search now.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
Cause some speculation.
You were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
yes,
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm going to overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can answer.
are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
I mean, it's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems and stuff?
Calls for speculation based on the prior testimony.
Did
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes. When you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able
Oh,
to
no.
see through the front.
Okay.
No.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you go inside the house?
But if the front with the front door open, you could see from the front yard there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
What?
So let me
She
go back.
peeked inside and
When you
saw
got
it.
to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front. The door was open. Yes, I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Parker video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything. Better to have and not need, than need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together because you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kel, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
No, approach the witness. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
These are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell Kel _Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white t-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area or where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN criminal street gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell Kel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 BB, 442 BB, 443 BB, and 451 BB. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 BV.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, what Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savage or Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
You can't mourn your friend. This is crazy. And I know Hilton ass know better. I wonder how she feels when she goes home, because I know it has to kill her. I wonder if she really believes what they're trying to have us believe. I really do. And not that the boys have done things, but this case. Missy, if it was before or after,
Permission to approach again?
they're both in retaliation. But I thought right before Drinks was murdered, I thought Miss Hilton said there was a picture posted with Shamel, another guy, and 2 bullets.
Mark is 447 through 450 BB, then 452 to 453 BB, and then 463 BB.
Okay,
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
For 47 to 50, say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
Then 452 VV
Okay.
through 453 VV. And then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
did get it wrong. So those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV. Is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with a gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
Okay. And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, or excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged chart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
Okay. And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandage chart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you again listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
Just say yes, ma'am. Yeah, I was probably.
And now we have 463 BV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes,
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing goddamn big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? I'm sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at, then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I want to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? Or the last four digits?
I can't, I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think, 8711, and I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
I think we're all irritated.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
Right. And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had an opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Two are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death. And one is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed, again, in March of 2022?
Yes.
Right, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV intact.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yeah.
Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gang member, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMiller, and Mr. Ford.
And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mhm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that out, look at it as soon as your memory is refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at this 457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG _ Big Nick _?
Yes,
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what if any significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him, just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled Slime and Chalk, which is referring to like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. He's posting this kind of just making sure everybody saw it.
And when was this, when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It would post at 11:20 p.m. that day following the murders. So it means that it was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common among gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey _ Hurst 24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Y'all know who it is.
That page.
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself? Or
No, not
the profile
the
picture.
profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or something of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay.
Now listen, that shit is
Now I want to go back to the Wiretap call.
I ain't lying about that. Haha, now you fatherless? It's crazy.
for the record again, it's gonna be 27 seconds and 3:38 seconds.
Y'all ready for Max? Max ready for Max. He about to bust out that seat. Honestly. Look at Doug and Max back there tired. I mean, Yak and Doug back there, they tired. This ain't really got too much to do with them. Baby Doug tired. He's sleeping. Now he yawning. Viverito is putting us to sleep. No action, no excitement, nothing.
Chris name.
Yeah, man.
That shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that why I got that. I'm like, man, that shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more though.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had and died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had and got down told me what happened to him. He had them DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like it came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas all I run them folk, man. You know, on phone me going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I run?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little hits me shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on phone B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it. Nigga.
Yeah, that's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, it went a little core, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga let go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night, saying to put his clothes on.
I knew their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like maybe like 7, 8 up or something. I'm like, damn, that way it was.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know no man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
Yeah, I said, them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man.
Yeah,
it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we started playing at 3:37. I want to ask you 3 questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demikion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demikion Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that we talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what's one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from Lacora. Are you familiar with Lacora?
I am.
Okay. What is Lacora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at Lacora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier? That if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
All of this, I don't think their murders are solved, which is crazy to me. All of this stuff we're going through, and I think their murders are unsolved.
In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garrison was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said
Watt, W-O-T.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, you got up?
Anybody asked, we went and looked like soon in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for them motherfuckers. We couldn't find them.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, over there you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
What you finna get
Huh?
What you finna get into?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what is
Someone told me he gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think somebody me, him, Rod Lowe. I said, man, Rod Lowe ain't getting no coat.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga. I don't got down no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
That would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone.
It sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how's he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
All right. Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting crossed today. I personally don't think that because it's already 3:44 in Georgia. She's probably got another 2 hours. If we start cross, we're not going to finish. We're not going to finish cross today just because this has taken most of the day. They started.
Yeah, right? Bro, D, is you sad about Matt Payne for real?
Man, on DB on Saturday here, bro. That's why I just had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "G okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he ain't answer. I called him."
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude sad about it.
Hell yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That boy said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun
Yes.
shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We already get.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
Dead,
But
boy, you better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think it's shit the game. I'm out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like, all the time they got money on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, dude.
I just got to do a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get to a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot it. I don't know. On the day, it was the car. The day on Cleveland. On Cleveland, it was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
D, you need to.
Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yeah. That had them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from Kiku. Yeah, I would have hold. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I didn't talk to phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello? What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or a name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
So no.
Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
How do we know that for sure, though? We got to just take her word? I want some times, match the times with this call.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
There go a report, y'all.
I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
I think they died like right there on the scene with Matt Main. He was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. He hadn't got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, oh boy.
Cold summer, boy.
Oh God. I don't know. They said nigga Kill or Murder just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song, they sent me that. I don't know, they trying to act like they did it. Yeah. And got some more niggas claim that shit, and they don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
He okay, the nigga who claimed.
I'm going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, what did you say his name was? Kel Omerta?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere.
Now, how YFN doing it, but the other pages were just trolling? How can she make that determination? YFN, they serious about it, but the other page is trolling.
March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. From 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh shit, I just got a phone G baby.
What you talking
Huh?
What you talking about?
Oh shit. I was just he asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one makes sense?
Yeah.
I'm tell the kid. I'm tell the kid. I don't want to, on these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you
sense.
ain't gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah.
After 50 calls in him.
I told him.
I just wanna know.
Yeah. I already know. I'm tell her what they said. What the streets saying. Like they send it. They just sent. Huh?
Keep on what you saying to get what?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now the nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claimed it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. I seen on phone last night. We 21 now. Little Tip had an all black party. I had that one up there. But I'm walking out, seeing phone at the door. I shit, what's going on? I shit, well, you know what we on. I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associate or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts.
Yes,
And did you capture those posts?
yes,
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
yes.
For this trial.
Yeah, because y'all don't even have a trial for them. Let's get it right. Unsolved murder, but
Permission to approach Your Honor.
all of this, y'all, and those boys' murders are unsolved. We're going through all this right now for an unsolved murder that leads us into another murder that's going to be unsolved after
I'm going
this
to show
case
you what's
is over.
marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're at this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay. I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are repetitive.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Ma'am.
We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
I mean, this is true if you live in the hood and you in that street life.
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And are Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
Fortray_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And
March 9th.
And is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say? And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted around 6:48 p.m.
Okay. And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted on the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
So now this proof they did that.
And is that
Girl.
the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now this proof they did that. Girl.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Objection. Speculation.
Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
Because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. tell me if you recognize 460 BV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on in March of 2022?
Yes.
Yeah, this time the state would like to admit 460 BV.
Admit it. May.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the #NoLove_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you could,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
And did ShellCal_NutLife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya. And he tags Shell Kel Nutlife and Summerhill Lil Man. Hashtag LLN. Hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you, exclamation 100 at ShellCal Nutlife at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts had been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
But this an unsolved murder.
Once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that.
Correct.
All right.
This too much. All of this and nobody's charged.
After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior. So 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
She never getting off.
Is everybody all right? Anybody need a break?
Yeah.
No, y'all are soldiering on. All right, thank you.
Hey, shot.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14th, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Okay. Now, when you listen to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No,
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m.
And then having her interpret what people meant is just weird to me. It's just like with the lyrics. Oh, what did he mean when he said this? Oh.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out. You won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what did y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on the video. Call me. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime? What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is calling on is FaceTime significant?
It is.
Investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Right.
Have you heard in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime?
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded. On telephone laws, our FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records.
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where they're called?
Not enough.
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
Shit, not in this case. They talking them damn phones all day.
At about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up and get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right, it should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car associated with Mr. Marquavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Demikian Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do an investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
What was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay.
You may.
I don't even know what to say at this point, child. I don't even know what to say at this point because it's really, really annoying. Based on her investigation, y'all didn't investigate. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? I thought they said it was just a bench conference. Okay, that made me a little nervous. That made me a little nervous. Exact, Ariel, because normally the bitch conference, they just go to the seal, but everyone stood up as if the jury was going out. Oh, okay. Maybe so. That's interesting. But based on her investigation, okay, I'm excited to hear more, to see what's about to go on. Because you didn't investigate anything. You saw Shannon and them in the store and you said, oh, they did it. And I'm just going to assume they did it because it looks like YFN is taking credit. These people taking credit, they did it. So we're going to have to see. But the jury, she just asked the jury, did they need a break? They said no. They said no. So Boyer, they saying Niara is one of the people that were in one of the cars. And it's the fact that she's able to place everybody in each car. I want to know how she's doing that. How she know what car everybody was in? What's going on here? Faith, we didn't learn anything new. They're using Viverito to, again, they're at the end of this case, hone in on all of these shootings that occurred and murders, and this is what was going on social media. They're using her to kind of reaffirm what's been pushed throughout this trial. So that's where we are now. The Carlos, I'm scared to rewind it back. Jury needs to get over it. Y'all, she knows everything. So Jay, okay, Jay, I didn't want to speak because I needed to refresh my memory. I didn't think she was. I thought this was Hogan's case. How the hell you get in the investigation? Outside of saying, you know, that's Shannon, that's Garlington, whatever. How did you get in this investigation? Miss Sheila, I didn't think she was. So I'm that's why I said, okay, I'm interested to see what she's about to say, because what investigation? I thought it was Hogan's case as well. That sits in front of Paige come down. Well, maybe she can't. I thought she just DeCarlos, I saw her come down, but I just she does that when they're doing these bench conferences. So I didn't make anything of it. And her smiling, I thought it was just friendly. Her smiling friendly at the people right that she was near. Yak, Doug, everything. So I didn't think anything of that. She did, but so I guess I won't make anything of them standing as if the jury was leaving. It's 4:26 in Georgia right now. Stephanie, that's interesting. The reason I can't see her being undercover is because she was too many of their parole officer. So they knew her. Baby, y'all is on Yak. I think Yak looks nice with his new haircut. Maria, it's a bench conference right now. Paige always tells them they can stretch during the bench. That's true. But when they mention that young guy's name, everything stopped. Well, I think Max is trying to see where she's going, because Carlos, if you see, they're trying to use this Instagram post to try to say that they also no, not the Instagram post. I'm sorry. She is trying to put people in different cars. And I don't know that that's been established. I don't know if we've seen evidence of that. I think we may have seen Nichols get in a separate car from Shannon and then assume, because remember, Miss Hilton was trying to say, well, we think that Garlington was with Shannon when he went and got the windows tinted. And Paige was like, well, you've established him for up until the time he says, hey, I'm gonna pick you up. But you don't have proof that he was with him until 10. Do y'all remember that? There was this whole back and forth, and they were really trying to put Garlington there. And I guess maybe that's the problem, because now she's saying through my investigation, this person was here, that person was there, and maybe the evidence isn't there. That's what I'm assuming is going on. But I do remember Miss Hilton trying to say, well, he picked him up and it was early in the day. And Paige said, well, you got him until 5, but you don't have proof from 5 until 10, or it was something like that. Yep, Raquel, I remember his phone. They did his phone stuff yesterday. They've been saying Boy was supposed to be in the car with Nichols, but they never said how they knew. Maybe that's it, Key. I'm assuming because he asked why they turned. Key, maybe this is it. But Max did not like when they asked about Boyer. Miss Sylvia just said no jury tomorrow. Was that a pre-scheduled no jury day? No jury tomorrow. What's going on? Because we're not finna finish Viverito today. Do y'all think, this just me, do y'all think they probably want to do some pleas again? Do y'all think they like, let's just end this shit? What y'all think? Do y'all think they might be wanting to do some pleas? Y'all think Funny might be scared of Trump? Like, listen, let me go ahead before this get worse. Y'all think they probably gonna do pleas? Okay, just saying no. Why would we have a no jury day tomorrow? Y'all think no? Because y'all, why would we have a non-jury day with a witness actively on the stand? They not getting through calls, because we've been listening to Viverito since before lunch. There's no way this witness, Max, is gonna ask her 30 minutes of questions and be done. She went through a lot. Told them to stop because this ain't gonna end. That's different. That's interesting, y'all. If they're not willing to take the M charge off, I'm about to tune in and come back. Okay, thank you, Miss Sheila. Teamwork make the dream work. And thank you to everybody who sent me cash apps. I did not see them because I don't know why my phone's not working. I can see that something's there, but I'll go through them once my phone will let me go through them. So I appreciate you guys. Thank y'all so much for thinking about me. And yes, I did see the Mikhail said he was gonna buy my food today. Mikhail, I'm gonna go eat Jack Purtles on you today. Okay. And I'm gonna probably get some wings and a steak sandwich. So thank you so much for that. Ty, my electronics been terrible, but I've been making it through. I definitely do. Once that little booster thing comes, that will probably be perfect. Damn, and look how dead now. Wow, 7. What? Wait, 7 is Look Boyer? Look is Boyer, right? Now, Miss McCoy, hold up. Hold on, y'all. I gotta deal with Barchi. Hold up. Okay, y'all. I'm in Popeye's drive-through. Girl, the one thing I love about being here, and I'm probably gonna gain weight is that I get to eat. Barchi, please stop. I get to eat wings. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I love about being home. Brianna7 said that Lil Cole is not alive anymore. When are you going back to Atlanta? No, Miss Emma, no, you're not. But I'm gonna be back. I'll be back home. Probably. Let me see. Let me look at the day. I'll be back home next week, and I'll probably be there for like 2 weeks or so. So yeah. Where y'all see they jail pics? Oh, I don't know, Lakeisha. I didn't even mean to put that comment up. Hey, no. We need to link in Gwinnett when you get back. I'll be back, just saying, girl. We could find something in Gwinnett to do like a little meet and greet. But yep, I'll be back. I'll be there for 2 weeks. Y'all, what happened? Y'all making me really want some All-Star now. Jail pics are on Twitter. I'm trying to see what happened because why did mentioning this one person? Why did it, girl? No, why did it go so left? Hey, I'm gonna put you up. You want to get put up because you clowning? No. That was in the dreads. Okay, hold on, y'all. Girl, Barchi, I just had to let her go. My nephew was moving, so she heard it moving. What happened? Been running errands. Marilyn, we're trying to see now. I'm wondering if it's something significant because they've been at that bench for a while. And Seven just said that Mr. Boyer, aka Lil Cole, is no longer with us. So what are we doing? I don't know. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Let me see. Live never brought. Oh, I remember his name is Unpopular Opinion. Girl, yo. You can't implement someone you can't cross. True. I went back and Paige said break. Oh, Melody, you heard break? Girl, y'all bought you just the one when I got her, when I bought her from my cousin, he used to have her. I think he left her alone a lot. So she is probably used to barking because she was alone, like when people would walk past their apartment and stuff. And she just ain't let it go. And I've had her, she's almost.
What did y'all sort out?
Oh.
Anything?
You know, I think it's odd, but we're back around. Yeah. I'm going to try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So
She definitely was, though.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not
Right. Well, she has a basis to be able to know, I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know
Mhm.
that.
You're just like putting two and two together on the, I
And I'll clear it
I
up on
think
cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready? No. Not like, I mean, like, Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today?
No.
Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
What?
So we should have done tomorrow.
Girl, Paige said,
I understand the reason why, especially given something that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
girl, Paige annoyed. Listen to her.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimate.
Paige annoyed.
All right, let's just get the jury back in.
Paige so damn annoyed because nobody understands why this is taking this long.
No, I think the judge is still contemplating.
Paige, peace. Paige is fed the fuck up. She said 2 hours, Paige. I know, Paige. I know you fucking lying. 2 hours? I don't know how long she said Vivarito would be, but I think Paige is annoyed because there is all of this evidence that you're bringing in through her that is it's doing nothing to your case. I mean, for your case. Babe, Paige pissed. Oh my God. Oh, is Yak throwing hearts at people in court today? Child. And you could see how Miss Hilton felt that Paige was pissed. You could tell, girl. Poor Hilton. Poor Hilton. Oh, you say his mom is there? That's nice. Poor Hilton. Girl. Look at Shannon up there with his hands in his pocket. Attorney Yak look nice today, baby. They said poor us. Don't fight me in these comments. Oh my God. Miss Sheila, I have to go back and look at it. Yeah, it's court, just no jury tomorrow. Girl, she said, y'all, said 2 more hours tomorrow.
Did you have, based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call and the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demikion Garlington,
Yes.
as well as Mr. Marquavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Unit 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Marquavius Nichols?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at them, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7-something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes,
And what does the caption say?
we got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Demikion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you 472 VV, 473 VV, and I'll just start. 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Okay.
And we'll start 461 VV. Is that again, Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he.
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointer?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. This one, he puts 2 under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the 2 shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what is that a picture of a tattoo?
It is.
And what does the tattoo say?
Nut Life 2X.
Okay. And based on your investigation, did you have an understanding of what Nut Life 2X stood for?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
he was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you started seeing the Nut Life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now looking at it, is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Calvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the two emojis or the two shells on there?
Yes.
Now you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the two teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Now, when you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
So yes, if we go by what Viverito is saying, those two shells mean that nut has two bodies.
March 16th.
I don't get it.
2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, Quentin does kick that of Zoom for a moment.
Baby, he is nervous shaking over there. I think he got ADHD or something because I understand it. You know, you just sometimes you can't sit still, baby. He bothered. Look at him. Baby, Max ready to go. I wonder what he rapping in his head right now.
Now, as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from the Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
Okay. And while listening to his jail calls, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located?
Okay, yes.
Y'all, this the state's last witness? That can't be true.
Where did you
What?
retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Course indulgence for a moment.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, and I just can't believe it.
March 16th call.
All right.
Kelly's obviously somewhere under a rock. God is good, is all I can say, y'all. We almost there. Oh, we.
Nope. Where the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, ain't like no little back cut. Oh no, what the heck? I think they in the front. Man, they gotta goddamn get through their back. They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was my house. Shut up, open the door.
And listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Garza was speaking with?
I believe you speak with Mr. Stillwell.
And do you know what time the police responded to 2830 Warners Road on March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
I said the same thing. They're whispering. How can you tell who he's speaking to? Because that person is whispering. They said so.
Oh, you good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm about to drop miles off.
Tell my boy, it's all love, boy. I can't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. Yeah, I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, wet, man. When I seen it, when I seen V, I just...
Man, what? Man, that whole just made, boy, listen, boy. I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you heard what I said. Man, Miss V, are you Miss V?
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garlington and
They said that. They seen that hoe.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That's the hoe.
In, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care if I have no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker
ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit. What? Somebody really think I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like,
What's so
I'm
crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, it was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get it wrong like that, man. I'm not gonna pay for no room.
My hoe.
Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga to right street with their money like that. Man, let me go spend this shit on the room, man.
what? I'm so
Fuck up.
hey, that's on DV. I mean, I don't like it, but I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. Well, I'm in that beat like, you know, man. Damn.
Bro, you won't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, oh God, boy, and the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh. Shit. Boy, that was God.
That was God.
Yeah, what?
That was God. Yeah. He said it's all Lord. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. What, that way? Yeah.
That boy said that was God.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I gotta go.
Oh, yeah. Hope goddamn blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
I ain't man. She blowed my shit up.
You saying Shannon okay, man? Hold on, them too.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. You walk past me first, I'm like, well, I know for a fact. Yeah.
Man, what? You knew who she was coming to then.
She say I was said the same shit though. She like, oh, you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling them my first time here.
What?
She like,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal, them smart. I know they saw them folks got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't believe. I'm trying to find out. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy.
That's what I'm
I
thinking.
was trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught for this time. Once they legs showing, he think somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes. Top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit.
Oh, God, I said the same shit.
Oh, God. Well, I said outside 3 minutes. Popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit. I went to goddamn ducking and running. They told me, so why you ain't... They told me, so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on something. They told me, so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get them to come out. So shit, I stayed in.
I know that's right.
Oh God, they're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let's do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep.
Don't give a damn.
When they tell me that, I kick back. Don't goddamn go out.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You know what I'm saying? They can't get the video from Nick camera.
Hell nah.
I'm talking about every fucking thing.
Man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, Brett. I'm telling Brett, like, we good, but they probably.
You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, we heard them get they like, hey, move. He like, hey, my dumb ass I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they hit though. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like that, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I everybody would have cut water. They said, no.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go.
He done called.
I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
They say, so is this about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Somerville area, bro.
Yeah.
I know that's right,
So
Shannon.
what you doing over here? I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
I know that's right, Shannon.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga, Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my have my messages pop out.
What? The girl
Shit
think he
crazy,
cheating.
bro. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna get out the driver's seat. Let her drive. Tell her drive slow as possible. I got down. My stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car, and my FN out the car. Why 12 right there? And got in the car, pulled out.
That's why
They really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
finna let her drive. Finna be your chauffeur.
All right.
I'm gonna text you now.
Man, ain't no way.
Folks blowing her ear. She called.
Sure. How she get? How she get though?
I don't know. You know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DM like, "Is you okay?" So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Pope.
Yeah, Pope. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, here, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull off, AB, pull off.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let it go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo off. Elmo fuck with them folks.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the railroad when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Cause my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new runner. Them motherfuckers just got in the run. And my hoe coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So, come on, man. Stop playing.
My hoe. This is crazy.
I know for a fact ain't nobody follow me.
Who I know next time?
Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, these folks ain't knowing these cars. That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah.
Yes, Nisha.
Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody had get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except man D, boy.
Damn.
Oh, man, on God.
Damn.
I'm like to him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
You gonna call him back after that? That one to call me back point right there, but okay.
Who were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830?
I did not.
Was
Why would you? They not dumb.
there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, "I'm on drill time"?
Yes.
Have you heard that term drill time before?
Yes.
Tell
How
me.
have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
Yes.
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Demetrion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
Yo,
I mean, there was all kinds of shit going on. I just jumped in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
yeah, yeah,
The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you?
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So, you need to be on the gun or something.
What it?
What's on with
We right here. We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ride past trying to see.
I'm finna go get I'm finna meet up with y'all nigga. Go get a fill up.
Gotta get it filled up for fight, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, alright, I'm listening. What's going on?
I just I'm pulling out now.
Back son. You say
I was gonna jump in with y'all.
alright. That's what I'm saying. Cause when you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna get pull up now.
Alright.
I wonder how much the fill up was.
Now, did you hear when Mr. Garza says that he was riding past just trying to see?
I did.
And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to remember if the wiretap picked up location data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
And I want to briefly go back to the call we just heard from the early morning hours of March 16th. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss having an FN and a stick?
Yes,
And an FN, is that a type of handgun?
it is.
And the stick, is that, again, similar to what we talked about, a long gun?
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Mr. Shannon Jackson on March 17th or anything that was found in the area of where that arrest took place? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found on Meadowlark Road, and one in the middle of the street and one in the grassy area of Meadowlark?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during the arrest.
And as a part of your work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipt for one of those FN weapons?
I was.
And what did you do in order to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop located in Clayton County.
Talking to your mic.
I'm sorry. There's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the purchaser of that FN?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander, or current girlfriend.
Viverito said she got time today. Okay. Now, Viverito, not you up there being messy. Child.
Now, I want to publish. You're right. This could be a good place to stop.
Okay.
Yes, it is, because Viverito, she up there mad now. She mad at Shannon now.
So we'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good weekend. Remember not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you.
She is watching the trial, okay? Viverito. Girl, she watching that trial, baby, and Shannon done pissed her off because this is not going the way she thought it was going to go. So I guess she thought, oh, I'll take a little shot because that was so unnecessary. She could have just said,
as
girlfriend.
we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney work day, but court will not be in session.
Your Honor, before we break, and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigator Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state as she's now on the stand.
Yep.
Mm.
You're so instructed. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. All right. Y'all, the courtroom should be open for y'all to get in to be able to work with the evidence, work on sorting out the evidence by 9 tomorrow. I will be available, but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. So just if you need to reach the court for anything, just email Ms. Pursfield as you always do.
Are you okay if we come up at 10 o'clock instead of the normal 8:30, 9 o'clock?
It definitely doesn't have to be 8:30. I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's not going to be anybody else. The courtroom's not going to be open. So it probably would be nice for the deputies to know when it is they should have it available.
Well, we're always here, so we'll defer to them.
Yeah, if it's okay with the court, my preference would be to get here at 10 o'clock tomorrow just because I have a school event.
10's fine. 10 o'clock. So,
See, we got ESPN. There you go.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
I'll be here by the time they get here. As far as, well, this doesn't need to be on the record.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we need to discuss anything else.
Your Honor. We're adjourned. Wait, I'm sorry.
Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought y'all might want a day out of court, but
You would like to be here.
okay, fine.
There we go.
All right, well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session. Okay.
Well, well. Well, y'all, so it looks like Viverito's day 1 is done. What is one word you guys would use to describe Viverito's first day? My one word is going to be waste. Waste. Trash. Snooze fest. Coerce. From my experience, that's 3 words, but we'll take stalker, ignorant, confused, wasted, draining. BS, obsessed. Get out of my head, Mel. Please, we don't want to talk. Hold up. We don't want to talk about. Damn, I missed the comment. They're coming by so quick. Thank y'all for the participation. Hell, I done lost the comment. I keep losing it. Lord, y'all keep losing the damn comment. That's hilarious. But okay, so let me read some more of these. Oh, okay. I'm going back. I'm scrolling back down so I can read your comments for your one words. Miss Marilyn, I'll go over an update with you just as soon as we go over this. As soon as we get through here. So yeah, this why I be lost on the live streams. Because the comments to start coming so fast, I'll just miss them. Okay, so we got wasteful, ignorant, trash, unacceptable, love that one, foolery, annoying, confused, draining, lies, trash again, 403, social media cop. I love that. X, fucking exhausting, delusional. I love all of these words. That lady has been terrible. I don't know how to slow my chat down yet. I'm gonna have to hold up. Let's figure it out. I don't know how to do it. I ain't gonna even try to do it while I'm on here right now. I'll figure it out when I probably do a test live or something. Figure it out. 403, smart. Mistrial 403. I think during lunch they talked to her. I believe they did too because she did come back with a different attitude. Diabolical, horrible, wasteful. She doesn't know shit. True. Talking the ears off a donkey. I love that one. Manipulative. Drew 56 is probably really pissed. Full of shit. BS again, unhinged. That's a good one. Y'all know what's really bothering me is the fact that we're talking about 2 unsolved murders to say that these unsolved murders led up to another currently unsolved murder that when we get through this case may remain unsolved. That's a little unhinged to me. It's very distasteful because why is this murder more important than this one? And what did y'all do? You know, all you seem to have done is get freaking Instagram pictures. Miss, I do it all. Listen, that I know that's right, Mickey. It's just really unsympathetic. Bullshit. Yes, Miss Fab J, to describe Viverito specifically and how you felt like her testimony went today. Duke tap the fucking no, girl. Duke needs to not tap in. It's too early for me to deal with his foolishness this morning because I know I went left. And like clearly the man trolls for a living, okay? And I don't have time. It's too early. I need to child, I think I need to go eat. Probably need to get a drink and calm myself down to be prepared for dealing with him. Cause I'm telling y'all, and Key, that's another great point. That's another great point. I don't know if y'all know. I try to separate my life. So I'm sure he won't pop into this one because we've been talking about court all day. So I'm definitely ducking Smokey because I don't. I told y'all. I told you I messaged him. He said I'm on your ass, and I said I'm a little scared about that. I'm a little scared about that one. I just was a little jokey joke, you know? It was a little jokey joke. It was a little jokey joke. That's it. Key, I never leave you. Hey, Alexandria, I never leave you, Key. Miss Sheila, we went over the calls. We listened to the calls again. Don't go live until later on. Okay. I might need to just do that, guys, because we did stream today. Kelly, what are you doing? Y'all, let me tell you, I can see if I see them eyes pop up in one of my chat, I'm gonna end the live right there. Yes, I am gonna come back later. I think I'm about to get off and go get some food, and I think I'm gonna go get some drink. I'm gonna go get some tequila or something so I'm prepared for. Yes, I'm gonna get off now since we've been streaming now for almost 7 hours. I'm going to I'm gonna hop off, go eat, let Barchi go outside and stuff, and then I'll be back. I'm going to plan to be back on about, and because I did do I streamed today, so we watched trial, we've talked about stuff today. When I come back, do y'all want me to come back at like 8 or 9? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm Team Duke today, just so we clear. Damn, what's going on in the chat? I do not, Jay. I'm sorry, I don't. Y'all want to do 8? Okay, I'm looking at the chat. 8 or 9. 8 or 9 Eastern. 8 or, because y'all know I'm an hour behind y'all. So that's 7 my time. Okay, y'all want to do 7. Y'all want to do 7. Okay, hold up. And let me go through this real quick. Let me see if my phone is working now. Krona, thank you. Krona, Mikhail, thank you so much for the cash apps. I was just checking my phone so I can make sure that I shout you guys out while we're on the live. I appreciate it. I'm about to go get some food. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I really need to get some tequila so that I can be prepared for any foolishness. But you never know. We might be on the live and the man won't even show up. So I might be clear today. I really might be clear today. And to maybe if I'm clear today, then tomorrow won't be bad. They said be sober. Listen, I really feel like if I steer clear today, then tomorrow won't be bad. Because I feel like I think I just went too far. The trolling just went too far. So it's, you can actually, Christina, you can go back in the live because we broke the calls down during trial. I mean, we broke the calls down during lunch today. Yes, I can too, pretty. They're saying 8 Eastern, which will be 7 my time. Y'all want to do 8? Y'all want to do 9 Eastern? That'll be 8 my time. That'll be better. I mean, we've been out here for 7 hours. Me too, Jay Sneed. I'm on Central Standard. I'm on Central Time as well. I keep seeing 8, y'all. 8 is winning. It's a couple 9s, but it's more 8s. They said put the kids in the bed. I got a bedtime. Okay, y'all, let's just do 8. How bad can a chat get at 8? And if we're lucky, that man in the gym. And we just be on here, we'll just be on here chit-chatting, you know? If we're lucky, that's all y'all have. Okay, so we're going to do 8. They said do 8:30. Mickey, you say you want to compromise. We're going to do 8 Central Time. Yes, Courtney. I think 8 is good. That way I can just not talk for hours, okay? Key. So Max is not, no, there's no court tomorrow. There's no court tomorrow. 8 hour time. I'm with you. Okay, Jaleesa. Not me. Now, those of y'all that have bedtimes, y'all just gonna have to catch the replay. I really think if we did 9 Eastern, that would be my time. It'll be 8 my time. I like that better. Just because that's gonna give me a little under 4 hours to just not talk because I've been talking for 7 hours. So we're gonna do. I'm gonna do it. Let's do 9 Eastern, and it'll just be we streamed today, so we really don't have to do recaps. And y'all know, just in case, I don't like doing my lives. I don't like to mix trial talk up. So if you see me say like after show or something, I'm doing very minimal trial talk so that we can do this. So I'm going to do. I just hate. You know what I hope all y'all get let down. Thank you, Too Pretty. Thank you for the super chat. So yes, 9 Eastern, 8 Central Standard Time. Mail After Dark is hilarious because I just don't feel like nothing about today would be anything after dark. It's gonna be trolling at its finest if it goes the way y'all want it to. Yes, I have to. That'll give me less than 4 hours to chill. They said it's gonna be a jury, attorney only day, so no jury. Max is pissed. I know Max is mad. He finished. They said we gonna pop it off. I'm gonna go get my food and I'm gonna go get me, like I said, I'm gonna go get me something to drink, and I'm gonna come back with a positive mindset and a positive attitude. They said do the mannequin challenge again. They said do the mannequin challenge again. I'm tired of y'all. I'm really tired of y'all. But I love y'all. They said we will be up here until 1. Well, we out here till 1:30. You can ask Duke about him licking. You know, okay, first of all, I was spitting on the actual joke. I wasn't trying to be that way. You gotta lick it a little to make sure. licking a little to make sure it's seasoned is hilarious. Thank you, Brianna. You know me and Miss Jefferson, I said it is so crazy. We have so many similar characteristics that for us not to like have been knowing each other that long, we really have a really great bond. And I love that for us. Hold on. They said, Mel, how you popped up on Miss Jefferson page. Huh? What you mean by that, Sassy? Are you talking about our WTF Wednesdays? Because we do that every Wednesday, and it's typically streamed on my YouTube, Miss Jefferson's, and Kayla's. So you would probably see it on everybody. After our Red Bean talk is crazy. Can you start the live with the replay of EP? You know what, Ronette? Oh my God. Yes. Okay, y'all. Let me get off here. The live is on Miss Jefferson page right now. How I pop up on it? Girl, I think it's a fake page. There's a fake page of me. It says like invest with Catherine's or something. If you see it, just report it because there is a fake page. I'm coming in feeling like Shannon on that jail call. I went to the comments being all the same live. Mickey. Yes, they were all the same live. They said go live in the basement. My mama does not have a basement. I was watching Miss Jefferson's live and now you popped up in no particular live. Oh, I don't know, Sassy. I'm not sure. Let me go drink a little from. Yes, yeah, I think I'm gonna go get some. I might go get some. What do I want to get today? I don't know what I'm gonna get. I don't know what I'm gonna get today though, but I'm gonna go get something, and then I'll be back at 8 Central, 9 Eastern, and then some Don Julio might. That might be okay. I don't know. I'm gonna get something. I don't want no Crown Royal. I like tequila, so I might get something like that. I might get a 5-hour energy. Girl, don't get a 5-hour energy. Bye, y'all. See y'all later. Thank you, Brianna. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.